Wednesday, December 9th. She sent it. Paul at Spectacle and Paul Herring at AOL. When you were saying, is anyone here, you were so clear. I thought you were actually in the office. Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, I'm here, and I yelled it rather than come over here to my phone. Oh, it's weird. Hello, just a minute. Hold on, Davina's on the line. Yep.
Hello, Janelle, can you hear me?
I can. Hi, Miss Fields.
Hi. Well, my volume thing on this new phone is going up and down, so I'm trying to keep it at max. Well, if you have trouble, let me know.
Okay, right now I can hear you fine.
Okay, let me know when we have, when you're ready for me to start, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Public speaking, no executive session. Do you want a copy of the agenda? Okay. No, not today. Monday there will be. Okay.
Hello.
Well,
Yes, it's a lost fetch on the phone.
yes, I had to mute you because you were making too much of background noise. So
Oh.
I'm not going to mute you if you can just mute yourself.
I'll mute myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening. This is Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
Hi, Mr. Carter.
Hello, Chanel. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for asking.
Madam President, you have 6 in attendance.
6 in attendance. Let's wait just a minute or two to see if anyone else is attending. Please tell me how many as they come on.
Okay. And an 8th person has arrived.
Okay, I think that's enough. Are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, today is Thursday, December 10th, 2020, 5:30 p.m. This is an electronic public meeting, a special city council meeting called by Mr. Mays and Ms. Gary Winfrey Carter. I am going to now ask for, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Mr. Davis?
Present.
Mr. Guerra?
Present.
Ms. Fields?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Mr. Winfrey? Mr. Winfrey? Ms. Galloway?
Present.
Mr. Griggs? Mr. Griggs? Ms. Worthing?
Present.
That's 7 here, although I thought there was one more.
Okay, well, perhaps they've just muted themselves and haven't realized that yet. Okay, I'm now going to go down the agenda. We are now at member remote announcement. Pursuant to the newly revised Open Meetings Act, each council member shall state that they are attending the meeting remotely and shall state where he or she is physically located, county or city and state. Member contact information. Oh, we haven't moved past that. Beg your pardon. So, roll call, please, on the remote announcement.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm attending this meeting remotely from Flint, Michigan, and Genesee County.
Mr. Davis?
Attended remotely from Flint, Michigan, located in Genesee County.
Mr. Guerra?
Attending remotely from Flint, Michigan, Genesee County.
Ms. Fields?
Kate Fields, 4th Ward Councilperson, attending remotely from Flint, Michigan.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Good evening. Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, attending this meeting remotely, Flint, Michigan, and Genesee County.
Mr. Winfrey? Yeah, I don't believe he's here. Ms. Galloway?
This is Councilwoman Galloway attending this meeting remotely from Flint, Michigan.
Mr. Griggs?
Attending remotely from Flint, Michigan and Genesee County.
And Ms. Worthing?
I am in Troy, Michigan, and Oakland County.
Okay.
All right. Member contact information. There's contact information in the agenda, and this agenda is on the city's website. Now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Galloway, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Now, would anyone like a moment of silence?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. I'd like a moment of silence for a resident located in Flint, well known by the name of Kenneth Williams. I heard he passed one day this week. Thank you much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Anyone else?
Yeah, Madam President, I would do a moment of silence for all the COVID-19 residents that has passed, and for those who have been infected and are recovering as we go through this tragic period of time that makes it difficult for us to talk and do business for these same employees and residents. So in that vein, I would add that to the moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else? Anyone else? Well, we'll now have a moment of silence. Okay, moving on. I'm now going to read the procedures on conducting electronic public meetings. All boards and commissions must adhere to all laws established under the Michigan compiled laws and in accordance with the revisions to the Open Meetings Act adopted in Senate Bill 1108 as passed on October 13, 2020, and signed into law on October 16, 2020. Now the reading of Disorderly Persons City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from meetings.
Madam President.
That brings us to requests for changes and or additions to agenda.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays, do you have a change or addition to the agenda?
I can make it that, but I tried to get your attention prior to leaving the reading of the Disorderly Person Code. And so, do you recognize that attempt happened?
Well, I was in the middle of reading the request for changes or additions to agenda. There's usually no discussion after that reading of the City Code subsection, so let's just move on to changes or additions to agenda.
Madam President, I really appeal to you to allow me that, because as soon as you said the last word, meetings, I said, Madam President, it would be more difficult to do it under agenda change. Will you indulge me, because I really tried to get your attention?
Okay, Mr. Mays, we've never had any discussion or statements after the reading of the City Code subsection, but if you have something you'd like to say, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. In light of our meetings that we have and in light of this very important subject matter, I want to read our Council Rule 25.4, and it's real quick. It says, a point of order cannot be ignored, and that's underlined, by the presiding officer. A ruling of agreement, out of order, or disagreement denied must be given. All debate and or talking shall cease immediately when a point of order is raised, in order for the presiding officer to rule. Failure to cease talking shall result in disciplinary action. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So if I say point of order, if I hear your voice or anybody, I'm going to call it a violation, and I'm going to ask that that violator be removed so we can get on with the important business. And so thank you for allowing me to read that. That's Rule 25.4. It's a violator shall be removed. So if we can do an orderly meeting, let's just see if this comes into play. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Mr. Mays. I would just like to add to that when a point of order is called, the chair has the right to ask what the point of order is and then to issue a ruling. So the chair is not the one who has to cease talking. It's the members who have to cease talking. Now I'm moving on for requests for changes and or additions to the agenda. Are there any?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Right after this, we got public speaking and council response, and then the purpose of the meeting, which we have attorneys and stuff on the line. Through you, Madam President, before I decide if I want to make this change, is Ms. Wheeler, can she inform us who's on the line, what attorneys, and who's waiting in the wings?
Good evening, Ms. Angela Wheeler. May I?
Yes.
Yes, we have on the line tonight Assistant City Attorney Bill Kim. We have a Bethel Long attorney who also represents the city, Rick Berg, and also Sheldon Klein.
Okay, didn't I hear Mr. Lois Fletcher on the line?
Yes.
Okay. And then I got something that mentioned Val Washington in writing today. I think it was somewhere in Ms. Fields' questions. Is Val Washington
I'm on the line, Mr. Mays.
Okay. And so those would be attorneys on the line relevant to the discussion as far as I'm concerned. What about anybody crunched for time out of that group? Because we got to entertain public input. It's law.
This is Angela, if I may.
Ms. Wheeler, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe the attorneys do have time, of course, tonight, but really, like their cutoff time is really around 9 o'clock.
Sounds good for me. So the agenda change I won't make. I'll be willing to go with the public comment and see what we can get did under that. And then under other general city business, I want to put the 25 employees from March to November that was COVID positive and testing of employees as a subject matter. And it can all fall up under the state of emergency.
Mr. Mays, would you please just repeat that? I missed some of that.
Yeah. On the agenda change, under other general city business, I want to put the COVID-19 employee discussion as it relates to the state of emergency ordinance. I word it that way. I want that as a discussion item.
All right, just a moment. Are there any other requests for changes or additions to agenda?
Madam President?
Mr. Griggs?
I'm not requesting a change. I'm just letting you know that I have a prior commitment at 7:45, and hopefully our meeting will remain germane. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Changes or additions to agenda? Well, I have one. During the purpose of the meeting, I would first like to give a short explanation regarding the attorneys that have been requested to be present and why. And I'm going to ask for a motion in order to set a format for council members speaking. Are there any other changes or additions to agenda? Hearing none, we will then vote on them. So the first one is Mr. Mays has asked that under general city business to discuss COVID-19 as it relates to the state of emergency ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Mays?
Specifically to the 55 employees, and you know, there were other statistical data in the tune of 3, but I want to make sure we putting it in the context of the city employees.
Okay.
Specifically, get a note about testing.
Okay. Is there? I don't think we need a second for a request for addition. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please. Madam Clerk?
I didn't say anything.
I'm asking you for a roll call on that vote for the addition and change to agenda. Mr. Mays?
Are you asking for roll call now?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey? Oh, I'm sorry. He's still not here. Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. That changed to the agenda. And now we're going to vote on mine, which is to add a short, under purpose of meeting, the chair will add a short explanation regarding the attorneys that were asked to be present and why, and we'll ask for a motion regarding the format for speaking. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I think from reading your questions that you're kind of thinking like Jerry Winfrey Carter and I were thinking when we called for this meeting. And in light of what we heard I don't know if it was this week when all the attorneys or more was here, I'm thinking that I want to vote no on this agenda change, because when we get to the discussion item, and we are the authors of the meeting, and I think from the way we're starting out so far, we're going to rely on you to fairly chair the meeting. And if somebody say Madam President or however they address the chair, and you rotate it around, and people can be polite, because when you're dealing with such complex things, one council person might ask a question and you or somebody else, it might trigger something, and at that point you want to be able to clear it up and keep it moving. So I think that I want to vote no, because I want to put my confidence in you and our body of council people to when we get there. Let's just relax, let the attorneys chime in and out, let us chime in and out, and you facilitate the hell out of this important meeting. So I'm going to vote no, because that's not the plan that I had and discussed with Ms. Winfrey Carter when we called this. And so, I'm going to politely vote no on that structure suggested in the agenda change.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Galloway and then Mr. Davis.
Madam Chair, before I speak, can you please be more specific? Because it sounds like the motion you want made is a little too general for me. So can you specifically share what you are asking to be your agenda change?
Specifically, I want to note why I had asked all the various attorneys on the water litigation cases to be present, to be available for all council members to be asked any questions. And specifically, I wanted to ask for a motion to go once again in rounds, 10-minute rounds, unlimited rounds, so we can have an orderly way to make sure that every council member has a fair opportunity to speak.
So your agenda change, because you added a little bit more. So your agenda change is, one, to give you how long to introduce or say why you had this attorney here. And the reason why I'm asking, Madam President, is because this meeting was called by Councilman Mays and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. So I guess my question is, when will they have an opportunity to chime in to the reason why they called the meeting, although you are the chair? So will you explain to me how their piece of this, which they are the two council people under the charter that have the right to call a meeting, when will they have an opportunity to share why it was important for them to call the meeting?
Actually, Ms. Galloway, my intent was after I had finished, it was to ask Mr. Mays and Ms. Winfrey Carter to just tell us what their stated purpose was. So I'd already planned to do that.
Right, but you didn't share that, and and I'm glad you did share that. You didn't share that. What I'm hearing is an agenda change that allows you to share why you asked for the attorneys, and I didn't hear the piece for them to be able to speak. And so what I'm hearing from you is you're asking to be able to speak before the callers of the meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then
for a minute or two, Ms. Galloway, not long.
But in addition to that, in this motion, if we approve, are you saying that we're also approving your request for 10 minutes per council people?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying that I will ask to entertain a motion to do so,
okay,
and then you can vote it up or down.
So you're asking to speak before the callers of the meeting, is that correct?
For just a moment, before we get into the bulk of the meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. I would love to hear the reasoning for the attorneys that's on the line, as well as to inform the community of this important subject we're talking about. Mr. Washington as well as Mr. Fletcher. So if they could explain the purpose, that would be even better, even with Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter as well as Councilman Mays, any attorney that's on the line. That way, by us being on phone and not visual, people can kind of see what's going on and understand what part each attorney play in this, whether it's defendant, plaintiff, or whatever. The more clarity, the better. So I'm on board with you on this here matter. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to add discussion to this agenda change? Anyone else? Well, then I'd like to just ask...
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, as I listen to the dialogue between Councilwoman Galloway and yourself, you want to at the beginning, when we get to the main agenda item, you want to then put a motion on the floor, and we can hash this out, whether we vote that motion up or down. Oh, I can guarantee you I want to hear what the people in the Farrer Court, I'm going to call it, got to say as it relates to Lois Fletcher and Mr. Attorney Washington. I call him Judge Washington. So we can hash it out then. But I don't want this thing to get off track as it relates to what we came here to do, and that is definitely a part of it. So I'll tell you now, okay, let's get this over with. I'll vote yes for the motion, because a motion can be made properly. Second, we can discuss it and hash it out at a later date in the meeting. So I'll vote yes. Let's dispose of it with yes votes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else? Anyone else? Well, then I would like to add one item. The reason I'm going to ask for that motion basically is to not only ensure that there's an orderly way for everyone to have a certain amount of time, so we're not just relying on people yelling out, to be heard or to be recognized, but also because on the agenda, discussion item water litigation 200499, normally a discussion item, we are, according to our rules, you're only allowed 2 periods of 5 minutes to speak. And this motion would give everyone far more, that would overrule that rule and would give everyone far more time in order to ask their questions. So that's why I'm going to entertain that motion. Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please. Mr. Mays?
Is this the roll call, or are you asking what did I want? I was just going to quickly say.
This is the roll call, but do you have something to add?
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, when we called a special meeting for this, it's not an action item, it's a discussion item. I don't even really never it was intended for the 5-minute rule, but we'll hash it out when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Roll call on these agenda changes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. Those items have been added to the agenda. That now brings us to public speaking. Do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and don't forget, when they come on, ask for their name, please, when you tell them they're unmuted.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I want this council to know, whenever y'all feel you're in a crunch for time, I believe this, and you can research it, and we don't have to do it now. But like at 6 o'clock, if we have important business and we want to recess the public speaking into a later date, we can maybe do it technically. So never discourage it. I encourage it, but we also have business, because one day we might have 100 to 200 public speakers, maybe not today. But I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Janelle, please proceed with public speaking.
The first person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak and say their name. The next person has been unmuted. State your name. The next person has been unmuted. Please state your name if you'd like to speak.
Hi, am I speaking?
Yes.
Hi, this is Laura McIntyre, Ward 6. Do we give our address? Is that what we do?
You don't have to. You can if you want.
And I just wanted to thank Councilman Winfrey Carter and Mays for calling this meeting so that we, as residents of Flint, have more information available to us. I feel like we're being kept in the dark. I feel like the city council is being kept in the dark, and I really don't appreciate the lack of transparency that this whole process has brought up. It's been brought to my attention that the exact terms of the settlement still are not available to the general public, except under, prohibitive costs for filing to get that information. And I would just like to state for the record that I'm, against this lack of transparency and general obfuscation of facts and details to residents. And we're here and we're watching you, and this is public, and there will be a reckoning, and we are paying attention to everything that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next person has been unmuted.
Yes. Arthur Woodson. I have serious issues with this lawsuit and this settlement. We will be showing up tomorrow at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in protest, unity protest, to let the lawyers, the state, the city, and the federal government know that we are not satisfied with this lawsuit. They are putting all the lawsuits in this settlement where the people supposed to get, say, where the emergency manager and Mayor Walling illegally raised our water rates. We should get that separate from the settlement. I do not trust these lawyers. I do not trust the city lawyers. If anything, the council should be asking for an independent lawyer so that you all can go into discussion outside of Angela Willer, because Angela Willer and her attorneys, Klein and all the rest of them, Bus alone, have not been straightforward with the public. They are looking to protect the city, not protect the people. So you all should do that. Then ask for the policy itself. See how much the policy pays up to. Because we supposed to went to them first with a judgment, and then they paid or negotiated afterwards. But by this being a different circumstance, we go to them with the settlement, and they pay off on that. So you ought to be asking for an independent counsel so that we can find out the truth, because they're not telling the people here in the city of Flint the truth. Then also, we need to know if we go to the claim administrator and the claim administrator deny us 3 times, will we be able to sue if we signed on and they come in and find out that cancer was included in this by ATSDR, CDC, and a cancer cluster study? That's the main issue here. Then on top of that, what about the people, the parents who have to raise a disabled child and spend money out of their pocket, but the child doesn't get his money until 18? The parent is out of money. Then on top of that, we are sitting here. We should not have to put any documentation in, not one sheet of paper, except the fact that we lived in Flint during the water crisis. That's it, bottom line. We have people that's speaking for us that was against us when we was telling them that our water was messed up.
Mr.
Now
Wilson,
they out here. All right,
Mr.
I'm getting ready to
Woodson?
wrap it up.
Thank you.
Can I wrap up?
Yes.
All right. We have people speaking for us that was against us during the protest. Now all of a sudden they are the spokesperson. It was more than lead in the water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted.
Hi, yes, this is Audrey Muhammad calling. I'm gonna just go along with what Arthur Wilson just got through saying. You know, we as parents and grandparents that are caring for children who've been affected with the lead, if you have no idea what we go through on a daily basis, I would invite any of you all to come and just spend a 24-hour time frame with me, and I have 2 of them that's been affected by the lead. When you talk about behaviors, you talk about learning disabilities, speech disabilities, they can't express to you all the time what it is that they want and what they need. It's not easy. So I invite that if you all take into consideration each one of those parents, and it's me times how many that's out here, that's a grandparent and a parent that's trying to help with taking care of their loved ones because they've been ill affected by the water. And most of it wasn't even caused by us that's here. So now you want to tax us. Now you want to tax us for what it is that happened to us and make us pay for our own problems and make us pay for our own lawsuit, which is ridiculous. And you got the state attorneys the state people who came in here as emergency managers. That's ridiculous that they caused so many problems, but yet and still want to turn the lawsuit over and make us have to pay for that issue ourselves. Now I'm going to say this also. I just was having problems with my faucet in my kitchen, and it was a brand-new faucet I had to put on there due to it being rusted out from the water that was no good that I had just got put on there a few years ago. So I'm paying for another faucet to be put on. All of a sudden, the water wouldn't even hardly run out of it. It was running real slow. Had someone come over here and look at it. We couldn't figure it out. It wasn't the water pressure. It was the stuff that was in the water had clogged at where the water actually come out of the spout. It was clogged, and we took it off, and I took it off and said, is it this? And I took it and hit it a little bit, and little granules fell out of it. And that's when it got from getting clogged. That faucet haven't been on there for 2 months. And that's ridiculous because the water's still messed up because my pipe in my house is messed up from what happened before. So you talking about all of these deposits and minerals that's coming in here, it wasn't just the lead. And people across the country thinking it's the lead, and I keep saying it's more than the lead. We got all kind of bacteria in the water. I got a whole house filtration system in my house, but I have to get the filters replaced on my house. I need to get them replaced more than annually, but I can't afford to get them replaced more than annually. And then now I'm going to find out I'm not going to probably be getting that much from a lawsuit, and my house is messed up. They tell me I have to go and take and claim it on my homeowner's insurance, and then that'll go up. That's ridiculous. My homeowner's insurance I ain't the one who caused it. It was the government that caused it. So I'm inviting and asking each and every one of you on the city council that you all take that into consideration when you're talking about settling the lawsuit. Because the state don't care about us. None of them. No one at the state or the county. And I'm starting to believe many of the city. So I'm done.
Your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Yes, ma'am. I'm done. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Patrick Rose, and I'm calling regarding the water liens that the City Council is aware of that include charges for water that was during the time when the EPA had declared that the water was unfit to drink and was toxic, and people were actually forbidden by the EPA's order. The water liens include unpaid amounts of water bills during that period, and those water liens were sent by the city to the county. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund, Sherilyn Eifel, President and Director, and Carrie Moss of the ACLU sent Mayor Weaver on May 16th of 2017 a letter and indicated that the charges on those bills, the liens for the unpaid water bills for Flint homeowners, were unjust and raised serious legal concerns. And my understanding is the County Treasurer, Deb Cherry, refused to enforce those liens because to do so would result in an unconstitutional taking of the home, because the foreclosure on liens for water that was toxic and not potable and illegal to charge would be an unconstitutional taking and create liability for the city and the county. So my question is, where in the settlement are the illegally charged water amounts on those liens, resulting in relief to strike those liens and to get a declaratory ruling that those liens may not be enforced, so that 8,000 residents as of May and June of 2017 and another 9,000 since then won't lose their homes as a result of being asked to pay for poisoned water? I don't find anything in the settlement that defines water refunds, which are purely contractual in nature, as within the scope of what the settlement calls a property damage claim. But the water liens are clearly property damage, and nowhere in the settlement do they address the water liens. So how, in good conscience, could the settlement be allowed when Attorney General Bill Schuette said in a press conference that if the city of Flint asked its citizens to pay for poisoned water and then enforced any kind of a penalty on them, like a foreclosure on their house when they failed to do so, that he thought that that might just amount to a crime. And he said that at a press conference. And I'm very aware that the appropriations members in the state Senate and House, Republican and Democrat, were very moved by that argument and gave the city of Flint a very large sum of money, which was not applied to refund those water bills, nor were they used to take those water liens and reform them so that they did not include amounts for months when the water between at least January of 2017 and June of 2019 were included in the water lien amount. So there's no order for an accounting to remove those amounts. There's no order giving injunctive relief barring them from being charged. And at the minimum, with no dollar change in the settlement, that should be a minimum requirement, or else the city is creating liability that will survive the release. The taxpayers will have to bear that liability, and the citizens will have to be further punished. My only reason for calling is that I was part of a group of lawyers that asked the city
Mr.
for
Rose?
this.
Mr. Rose, your time is up. Would you like to wrap up?
Yes, I'd just like to say the council voted not to send the liens, and the liens were sent anyway. Mayor Weaver said not to send the liens. My understanding is there's a widespread understanding that the liens need to be reformed, and my belief is this was an omission in the settlement that could easily be corrected. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak.
Yes, my name is Vicki Marks. I live in the 7th Ward, and I'm really upset with Mayor Neely and most of the city council, who is trying to blackmail us with the $20 million. If we don't settle for the $20 million, then we're going to have to pay for our own poisoning. That is not right. What you need to do is get the same group together that did the illegal bond to get us into the KWA and have them pay for the damages that were done to us. Nobody brings up about Jeff Wright and Andy Dillon and all of them. They seem to forget about them. I haven't. They're walking around scot-free while we're slowly dying here in Flint. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next public speaker, please.
How you doing? My name is Rich Jones, and I always like to give a shout out to all of the people who have spoken before me. Y'all basically said it all. I want everybody to be down at City Hall tomorrow at 9:00. There's gonna be some powerful words for people. You know, we got feelings, and y'all been ignoring us, and now y'all just want to jump out there and say settle. And it's a shame that the bottom line is going to come down to this. every attorney, no matter how many of it is of y'all, and I heard it maybe 200, I heard all kinds of numbers, but it don't really matter. All of y'all gotta come away good, no matter what percentage of the money that y'all receive. But some of us ain't gonna receive nothing. And when all we should have to do is say, I lived in the city of Flint, show your ID, and everything should be good. And it ain't like that. So just everybody be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow, City Hall. See y'all then. That's all I got to say. Oh, wait a minute. One more thing I got to say. I expect every council person to reply to the speakers, to me, and the one that spoke before me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Is there another public speaker, please?
Yes, the next person has been unmuted. If they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted. If they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted. 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 The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Andrea Watson, and I just want to talk about the lawsuit specifically, and that is it. I have some major concerns here. One being that it is only lead and a little bit of Legionella, and we know there's more. This is just not going to work because we're misinforming people as it is. Not we, not meaning me, but there's so much more than lead. The impact on people's health can be much more tremendous than what they even know. You know, I know myself I'm carrying a bacteria that's antibiotic resistant. It has been found. It's been found in Boston, so there's no disputing it. I have the same thing as others have out there, and many more things, as well as my son, but neither here nor there. It can't be accepted. And, you know, I understand the role of the council as a legislative body, no doubt. I understand each role. But, you know there's more than lead. You can't do this to the city, to the kids, to anybody. And secondly, on the kids, there's going to be some people that are very angry with me for saying this, but you need to think twice when you say, oh, we should get money for taking care of our kids. And it's a lot of work, and I understand it. I've been raising, a son with autism for 30-something years, 38, 37. Anyway, I get that. But, I also have been doing advocacy work, and I worked with attorneys and many other people and have worked around class action lawsuits. And let me tell you something. You're going to get, if you get that money, they're going to take it. They're going to take it. They're on the system. If you're collecting in any way, they're going to take it. And those kids need that pocket of money. They need something later on in life. So, people are going to disagree with me on this, but I've seen this time and time again. And I'm not saying these are bad parents who are going to take their money and blow it. I don't know what anybody's going to do. I don't know what anybody else's intentions are. What I do know is those kids need that money to have when they are adults, okay? And that's the end of it, because it's not going to be there. The state or if they're on SSI or anything, even the parents, they're going to take the money. It's not going to do you any good. Thirdly, when you're going and telling people to get that money from their house insurance, house insurance, they're not going to give it to them. It's a man-made disaster. So that's out. I mean, so again, people are getting misinformed. And we are talking to the council, and we should be screaming at the attorneys in every way, shape, and form. And I'm going to be writing to the judge. I'm going to be writing to everybody and doing whatever I can do. But we have to look at this whole picture. And again, let me just say something. It's the theme of it, too. When you guys vote, you're voting for these kids to continue to, yes, thank God the people on the ground fought and got a lot of the special ed money back. I'll wrap it up. But you know what? That juvenile detention center and then into the adult world, and you'll be the ones who, you're the ones who are making the decision. It'll look like you failed them. It doesn't matter what anybody did beforehand.
Thank you, Ms. Watson.
And I would like a response, please, in an email, if that's possible.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Next
Thank you.
public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, good evening. My name is A.C. Dumas. I'm a resident of the city of Flint. And first of all, I want to urge the council persons, especially the Third Ward council person, Guerrero, who I spoke with, to vote no on this resolution whenever it comes up. I do want to say I don't trust any of the attorneys but one. And that attorney would be Attorney Lloyd Fletcher, whose lawsuit is different from the other lawsuits. His lawsuit is saying that us people who made water bills, we paid water bills for water we could not use. We need to be reimbursed in a check. And that's what his lawsuit is about. And, when we first, they gave us some water credits from, I think, the 14th of January 2014 through December 31st, 2016. Then from January 2017 until present, we haven't gotten anything. And we should be made whole. We paid for water, and we paid that we could not use, like the other attorney, Patrick, said. We need to be made whole. Secondly, I want to let you know that Judge Levy has appointed special masters. And all the attorneys, they have to report to the special master. They have to give their reports and so on and so forth to the special master, and they will give the recommendation to the judge. So, I don't care what the lawyer is saying, that Judge Levy is going to do this. Judge Levy is going to take the recommendation of the special master, because their job is to vet and to go through all the paperwork and this and that. But the bottom line is that I would ask the Flint City Council members to vote no on this resolution, and especially anytime Neely puts it forth. I know it's bad. When Mayor Neely says to vote yes, you know to vote no. And so I would ask council persons, especially those who represent the African American community, because we make up 60 to 70% of the city of Flint. And as it was said that this was a civil rights issue, according to the state of Michigan, NAACP, this would not have happened in an affluent white community such as Grand Blanc, Birmingham, Michigan, so on and so forth. And so the city of Flint and the state of Michigan, all those actors are guilty for poisoning entire residents, especially when the residents of that community, of our community, is 65 to 70% black. And so I would ask all of you who are representing black wards, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th, to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumas. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted if they'd like to speak. The next person has been unmuted.
Yes, this is Claire McClinton, and I just appreciate all the residents that have come forward to expose the shortcomings, to put it mildly, of this big water settlement. But I want to talk a little bit about the specific part of the Flint portion, the $20 million. First of all, do you want to attach yourself to a flawed lawsuit? That's one question. The other question is, our city council, and I don't mean just this one, but past city councils, the city council should be tired of being blackmailed with a gun to your head that you better do this and you better do that. General Motors has done it for years, and city council always caved. They said, if you don't give us a tax break, we're going to close our shops and go elsewhere. And they gone elsewhere anyway. You, as this council, was a gun put to their head to enter into the agreement with the KWA. They threatened you with jail. The judge was going to order you in contempt and put you in jail because you did not go along with the KWA. So it's time out for being put in a corner and threatened. That's not a good way to make decisions. And the last thing I want to say is that I urge all the residents to write to Judge Levy, Levy, and tell your stories, as many of you have done tonight, at Federal Building, 200 East Liberty Street, Suite 300, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48104. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClinton. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Barbara Moore. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm praying that the City Council will have a productive meeting tonight. And also, I would like to thank Councilman Davis for the moment of silence that he asked for Kenny Williams because he happens to be my cousin. And I'm praying also that the citizens of Flint will get some clarity as to what's going on with the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear? Or can someone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to verify. I've been saying hello, and so please, I'm reclaiming my time. So please don't start the timer until I was clear and clarified that I am actually the next speaker, and then you can begin that time. Thank you, respectfully. So I am. Let's reaffirm this. I am the next speaker, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Sharon Campbell. I grew up in Flint, Michigan. I am an advocate, the CEO of Great Lakes Resource Advocacy and Development. Two things that I want to bring to the attention of the council, the mayor, the city, the state, and whomever may be listening. One of the things is the deaf community and the lack of information that they've received throughout this entire crisis, and they are residents living here in Flint, in the dorms. So that is a huge, huge misstep that needs to be corrected. So moving a lawsuit forward of a community of people that don't even have the proper knowledge and understanding, as hence the council meetings, that is my major. I was an interpreter for this community. And so I can't give a full synopsis of what it means to read closed captioning versus the native language of the deaf community, which is American Sign Language. The information is not clear through closed captioning as it would be an interpreter. So that needs to be handled and addressed immediately. And so the lack of communication, then I want it needs to be addressed. So I don't know how you can even include that population of people in this lawsuit when they don't even have a crumb of information, let alone the hearing people that have just crumbs of information. Imagine what their lack of information is. So then we'll move forward to the foster children and the documents that they're supposed to be obtaining once they reach 18. When one of the lawyers spoke last week, he talked about how the parents aren't involved and nor do they care. So if indeed documentation is going to be necessary for these children to claim that, how are they supposed to go back and retrace that when their parents are unaccessible and they've been thrust into the foster care system? And who's going to make sure that that's followed up on? So there's a huge, big gap in the process here with that. That would be gross negligence and on all types of levels. So in violation of the Title II ADA, American Disabilities Act, which would tie into the deaf community not getting the information. So there's big violations of the Title II ADA with that step. The Act 18 funds that were entrusted to GISD of their own admission and said it was unfair yet legal, when in fact it was not legal. And they are not, and to allocate any more funds to an entity that obviously does not have Flint students' best interest at heart would again be a huge violation and a huge misstep. And perhaps because I'm not a legal person, I'm sure there'd be all types of criminality involved with that. Because of their own admission, they said it was unfair but yet legal, and when indeed it was illegal. So let's see, I'm just trying to go back with my notes. Bear with me because I'm on a time crunch here. And I guess that was pretty much about it. So I just wanted to bring those two things up as an advocate and as the CEO of GRAD. That there's some huge issues here with even moving forward with just this lawsuit in general, because there's a huge population of people that are not even in it. And either or been. I was on the task force for the Michigan School for the Deaf last year in the meetings and part of the task force down at MDE when a ACLU attorney came to talk about the Neural Center. I know what lack of information there has not been. So we need to revisit that.
Ma'am, your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Thank you. I will wrap up. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Fields. I will most definitely do that with all great. Thank you so much for allowing me to do that. And so, again, back to referencing the deaf community, as an advocate for the deaf community, working with the deaf community for 40 years of my life and my career, spending 17 years in special ed, I'm coming to the table with, as an advocate, I don't have anything personally to gain from this lawsuit, other than to make sure that justice is served and that the people that our voices are being oppressed are not oppressed, and that the information that they speak, whether they're hearing or deaf, is available to them.
Ma'am, you're going past wrap up.
Thank you so much. I was doing that. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing some positive things happen in Flint and moving the city forward and taking justice served. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Next public speaker, please. Janelle, is there another public speaker?
Yes, I'm sorry. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Pass.
Yes, please state your name. Oh, pass.
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted. The next person
Hello.
has been unmuted. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
You are the speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Reverend Kim Simons. I'm a resident of Flint, Michigan. There's only one thing I'd like to say about this lawsuit. It does not compensate or take into consideration homeowners who bought houses prior to the water going bad. Now the house is worthless, even though I got to pay absorbent taxes on it, but is worthless except just to live in, because nobody's going to want to buy it. Nobody wants to move to Flint. Nobody's looking to buy a house in Flint. So I just wonder why. I realize the children need to be supported. Yes, they do. But only thing is being considered in this lawsuit is medical and lawyers. What about property owners? How are we going to be compensated? My house is absolutely worthless. And it is nowhere near what it was worth before I bought it, before this water crisis happened. So I just wondered why we didn't take that into consideration, because we're not supporting everybody in Flint. There were a lot of people that were property owners in this city that have not been represented right. I got a lawyer, and he's sitting right there, but there's nobody representing me to compensate me for the loss in property that I've got. So that's all I had to say, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next public speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person
Hello?
has been unmuted. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, council people. My name is Laquita Taylor. I'm a resident of Flint. I wanted more information on this $20 million lawsuit. I was told that it was a lawsuit against the Flint residents, and that if you don't vote yes on this lawsuit, that the residents will have a super hike in their tax bill. If this is true, and I need you to explain it further, so everyone will have a good understanding that this is on the table for right now, and that you should vote yes. I agree that you should vote yes in order to save the residents' home and that they won't be taxed out of their property. And another thing, you can correct me, and I need a response. If there's 88 or 89,000 people, 1,000 residents here in Flint, Michigan, how come each household can't get a settlement out of that money? The head of the household should get a good settlement out of that money, because the head of the household is the one to take care of the children. If I can get a response to that, and why couldn't that be put in that $641 million? Because the 88,000 people here in Flint, each house could get either $1 million or more for each household, each property tax-paying household, or each household that paid the water, rent, buying, or whatever. And that's all I have to say. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
The next person has been unmuted. The next person has been unmuted.
Is that me, by any chance?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, this is Beth Stevens from Maurice Davis Ward. I was just wondering, I hadn't even thought about what the young lady just said before me, that under 100,000 people and so many millions, and if they divided it all up between the homeowners, the people that paid water bills during that time period, then everybody could get some money. And I was just thinking about when it first started happening, I used to post in Facebook about the lung and kidney and heart failure diseases that the water was causing and stuff, and they aren't talking about paying the older people that suffer from this, the nerve damage and stuff. It was a list of stuff, because it can't be proven that it came from the water. All I know is I didn't have this nerve damage until 2014, 2015. That's all I know for me personally. And I wouldn't mind getting paid. I pay my water bill, I pay my taxes, and I hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
That was the last speaker, Madam President.
Do we have any written comments?
Yes, ma'am, we have 6.
Okay.
The
Please
first
read
one is
them.
from Leslie Haney. It says, my name is Leslie Haney, and I'm a resident in the 6th Ward. Herb Winfrey is my councilman. I have reached out to all council members via Facebook Messenger. I've heard from some, which I truly appreciate, but not all. My comment is about the $20 million portion of the water settlement from the City of Flint's insurance company. I am ready to implore you to vote yes on joining the water settlement. Please, for the sake of your constituents, vote yes. We can't afford to spend more on property taxes. There are already so many people fighting to keep their homes that paying higher taxes to fight this settlement will be the straw that breaks their back. The sad truth is there is no amount of money that will ever make this man-made disaster okay. No amount of money will bring back loved ones or cure ongoing sickness. So please vote yes so that the folks in Flint can get some closure without it costing them their home. Also, in closing, I want to bring up the conflict of interest that Eric Mays is causing by being involved in discussions and voting on the proposed settlement while being a plaintiff in the case. Can someone get a legal opinion on that? He needs to abstain from the water settlement vote. Thank you for your time. Leslie Haney, 6th Ward. The next one is from Jaleel Carter, 9th Ward resident. Peace and blessings, council member. I pray that the below written comments finds all council members in good health and high spirits. I am Jaleel Carter of the 9th Ward in the City of Flint. It is an honor to address council concerning the water settlement. I would like to thank council for sharing information on the water settlement to the residents of Flint. I would like to request, if I may, clarity that of the $20 million insurance coverage in the settlement breakdown the following. Number 1, who is the insurance carrier and what is the maximum coverage of the policy? 2, is this a policy that only covers the water settlement responsibility of the City of Flint and or all lawsuits levied against the city in the future? Number 3, what are the pros and cons to saying yes or no to accepting the $20 million insurance coverage as part of the water settlement as it pertains to the City of Flint's responsibility? Thank you all for taking on the challenge to serve the people. Please keep the people you represent as the main reason for any discussion or vote and leave off any personal feelings, biases, prejudices, or dislikes for one another. Remember, as the council fights back and forth with one another, the people you represent wait idly by for it to stop so we can see some hope and change through those we elected to represent our hopes for change. May you all be in God's loving grace and mercy. Sincerely, Jaleel Carter, 9th Ward resident. The next is from Robin Brown in the 2nd Ward. Good evening, Council. I'd first like to thank Jerry and Eric for calling this meeting and for all you who showed up. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Anyone who signs off on this sham of a lawsuit, both the $20 million and the $600 million, needs to resign immediately and leave Flint. Them Dr. Nasser 300 gals at MSU got over $1 million cash each. We in Flint were poisoned for years by lead and all sorts of other cancer-causing chemicals. And bottom line, after lawyers and nonprofit gangsters steal it all, we get zero cash. Mayor Neely is a wolf in sheep's clothing who does not give a damn about us. Sheldon is pushing this benefit to he and his wife's Lansing political careers and his personal bank account, not to help Flint folks. Sheldon has no respect for poor black folks. He considers himself a 5%er and thinks black folks under him are hopeless. The Neelys is currently building a fancy new home in Fenton out there by Phil Schultz, Ridgeway White, and Chris Swanson. Is the Fenton home a gift to ram through this scam settlement? Flint needs $6 billion with a B, and we need lifetime health insurance because all of us finna get cancer from that poisonous river water. This $20 million and $600 million is a fleece. It's all going to lawyers and the usual nonprofit crooks and folks like that thief Lisa Hagel at GISD that don't do nothing but steal money and laugh to the bank doing it. Maurice, you are too naive to not realize Sheldon is using you gassing you up and making you feel important so you swing these votes and launder his lies and talking points and misinformation through your podcast and on the record at this council. Sheldon has no respect for you, Maurice. He makes fun of you behind your back, talking about how ignorant and naive and easy to manipulate you are. Sheldon makes $250,000 a year to sit on his butt and got you peons on council taking all the heat and doing his bidding. Sheldon got a new house in Fenton while you on Dayton Avenue living in a violent slum. I'm begging you all not to hold this up and not sign any of the settlements. Do not approve any of them. That's this city's only leverage. You have to stall this to get them to up the number. All these scare tactics and pressure and fear-mongering from Sheldon Neely and these carpetbagging lawyers is pure lies. Our only leverage is to stop this. Do not approve any of it and force them to multiply the settlement number. Once you approve this, it's over. This ain't no floor. This is it. Approve it, and they got a lid on this crisis. It's over. Robin in the 2nd Ward. This is from Nancy Williams. I'm Nancy. My husband and I have been residents of Ward 2 since 1992. We have listened to our Councilman Maurice Davis, a disgraceful Trump supporter, spew nothing but filth, hate, and conspiracies on his Facebook page and to this body for years. Truth be told, Maurice Davis has done nothing for his ward. Zero improvement, only decline. A cleanup here and there for Facebook don't mean nothing, sir. Our ward is a depressing and hopeless slum and only gets worse. Our house is worthless, and it's shootings all night here thanks to Maurice. Maurice claimed he was going to shut down the liquor stores and gas stations at 9 p.m., and he never did it. He never follows through on anything, just a bunch of pointless, ignorant rambling. Every Saturday and every council meeting, Maurice spreads conspiracy theories and racial division to his followers. The last straw was when he spread hate on Powers Catholic School. Our black granddaughter graduated from that school when it was over on Carpenter Road, and they gave her full financial aid, and she has had all A's, played volleyball. Maurice, how dare you condemn that school? That Christian school ain't never taken a dime from Flint. Don't get any kind of bond or millage or nonprofit money. Yet Maurice said he drives by it and feels hate for Powers and the families there, spreading baseless conspiracy theories that there is a plot by Powers families to take over Flint and gentrify it. Ain't nobody moving to Flint. The city is the saddest joke in the nation. The 2020 census count put us down 80,000 people. Nobody is ever going to move here. Nobody wants to buy our house because all Flint land is polluted, water is poisonous, ain't no jobs. It's just depressing. Downtown is a joke. There ain't no good side of Flint. It's all sad and miserable. My grandbabies won't even visit us here because it's so bad. We have to drive down to Troy to see them. I encourage the council to censure Maurice for his vile conduct. Spreading fake news, conspiracies, and racial hate on white folks is deplorable. And then I hope he's recalled and someone less unhinged and stable can take his seat. This man is not right in the head and should not be in any position of authority. And I wish someone would tow the junk cars he got parked in front of his nail salon. Maybe Sheldon can hire him for the blight department. That seems more fitting for his mental capacity. Whatever happens with Maurice, we are moving away. This city's future is hopeless with embarrassments like Maurice running the show. Thank you for indulging. The Williams family. The next one is from Kenyatta Robinson in the 3rd Ward. Dear City Council, can Councilman Santino Guerra say under oath where he currently resides, where he sleeps most nights, and also provide documentation on his current residency? Lots of folks are saying he is married or engaged and has been living in a suburb of Flint since the summer. It is not logical that he still resides in his mother's apartment off East Boulevard that he ran from office from when he was a teenage college freshman in 2017. He is now a college graduate, makes $25,000 a year from the city council, plus he makes over $50,000 a year in administration at the sheriff's department, and he is either engaged or married to a young gal. It doesn't add up that he's still in his mama's apartment. Nobody sees him in this ward doing nothing. It is alleged he planned to resign over the summer, but since you all just do 2 Zoom meetings a month, he decided to milk his job, basically getting $1,000 each phone meeting. If he no longer sleeps in Flint or no longer sleeps in Ward 3 and or no longer has the time for his job, He needs to resign immediately. He should not be voting on this lawsuit or anything else we have to live with since he is no longer a part of this community. I'm tired of all these illegal residents claiming to live places they don't. From Santino to Alan Griggs to Commissioner Lynn Sorensen Bankert to Sheldon Neely apparently headed to Fenton. This is all a disgrace. Is it true Sheldon and Cynthia Neely are allegedly building a lavish home in Fenton? If Sheldon's interests are in Fenton Township and he wants to hobnob with the Lake Fenton gangsters who looted the city, maybe he should go run for mayor out there. And notice how as soon as Cynthia got elected, she disappeared because her egomaniac, control freak husband won't let her speak. Sincerely, Kenyatta, 3rd Ward. And the last one is from Tamara Harris in the 1st Ward. Anyone who votes for this settlement, both the $20 million insurance and $600 million from the state, is going to be thrown out of office next year, period. Sheldon is getting massive personal favors and kickbacks from Lansing head honchos on this. What are you 9 getting? Nothing but unemployed next summer. From Kate to Eva to Alan and Santino and Maurice, Sheldon, Jim Ananick, and Dan Kildee are sellout hacks, and they are playing you all. You gang of 5 vote to push this through. Hope you enjoy retirement and irrelevancy. This is the biggest scam in the history of the city. No exaggeration and no spin to rationalize it. A pure scam. Do not do this to us. Play hardball and hold this up. God bless, Tamara. And that is the last one, Madam President.
Thank you, Janelle. That now brings us to council response. I'm going to start with 1st Ward, Mr. Mays, and I will respond last. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I think that the comments show, for me, an intelligent group of Flint people. Even the lady who talked about me being a plaintiff and whether I should abstain. Believe me, ma'am, I've already thought about that myself, but it doesn't limit me from being involved in discussion. And so that discussion will tell you whether I abstain or not. When you look close at our council rules, it says if you have a personal interest that's not common to your colleagues. This one is common to all of us because we can all file claims after December the 21st. But what I want to be a leader of the pack on, and they can't stop me, on what the formal objection period is and how you write objections. You write what Attorney Rose said in objections, you tweak it, you make them property damage percentages go up, you say how much money you want in there, and you do it as a community. You do it as a large group. And then that's when people will take a second or third look. We at a point in time, and we might as well respect ourselves. So I'm looking forward to the next part of this meeting, and nobody can make me rush this one. Good trouble. That's what this is all about. Good trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to address a couple of my constituents. Well, even Rich, he said he wanted a reply. Rich, you're absolutely right. Rich Jones. You know, you shouldn't have to have a damage claim report. You should just show your ID, and that's good enough. But the problem is this. We should have been told on the front end instead of the back end. I'm hoping today we get some clarity. And the folks with them nasty comments that was put up the call, God bless you. Because anybody that know my reason, that's just garbage. But I want to talk to Miss Laquita Taylor. Laquita, you're absolutely correct. This $20 million is paramount to the residents over here in the 2nd Ward as well as all over this city. Only thing we got real control over is opting in this contribution. All this discussion, this train left the station. Litigation, and it's hundreds of thousands of plaintiffs in this city called Flint already signed up. Ain't nobody going to be able to change on this body. Now I'm 1 iota of that. We can opt out. We can have objection. We can talk to the cows come home. Hopefully today these attorneys put some clarity to this. Because at the end of the day, we're going to lose everything
Mr. Davis, I believe that was the timer. Yes. Could you wrap up, please?
Thank you. I will wrap up. What I'm saying is this. It's been proposed by Jim Ananek that the probate of a parent, I want to speak to, what's the name? Oh, Lord, Audrey Muhammad, that's taking care of the kids. Look, they already got it probate.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, you're going beyond.
Done.
You're going beyond
I'm
wrap
done,
up,
ma'am. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Guerra.
Yeah, thanks for the floor. I just want to say thanks both to the residents who definitely came out and spoke today. I think that there's a lot of questions that are going to be asked today to the legal team, and all the attorneys that are on, because there's a lot of answers that I think I personally still want to know more information on. My colleagues do, and that the residents deserve to hear as well. So I'm grateful that we were able to make time for the meeting today. Also, to some of the comments, I was joking just now. Me and my girlfriend were listening to the comments and how negative a lot of the times they are. And we're not engaged yet, so just don't ruin that. Don't ruin the marriage or the proposal surprise for Christmas. So I just want to say, it seems like there's always a lot of negativity going on, and it wasn't just directed towards me. There was a lot of negative and false comments towards sounding like a lot of my colleagues. So I get a lot of times we hear people preach for unity. They wish we were unified in the council, and then in public comment we hear lots of negativity against us and council members, and then afterwards council members will preach for unity, and then we'll attack each other during the meeting as well. So hopefully this meeting can go smoothly, productively. We can get a lot of these questions answered, and it is true, I do work at the sheriff's office as well as being on the city council, which does require me to spend a lot of time at work, sometimes 16 hours a day, and then when my days off, I'm here on the council meeting. So it's definitely a busy schedule. So hopefully we can all work on this tonight and move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. I want to also speak to Ms. Laura McIntyre. I wanted to let you know that I thought that this meeting, the special meeting, was necessary because I realized after I left the last meeting that I had more questions for the lawyers. And, I just felt like, I really do feel like, the lawyers need to be a little bit more transparent. We are still not clear on the $20 million, and there are still other questions. So I'm looking forward to the next part of this meeting. I hope that we can get all of our questions answered, and I hope that the residents will stay tuned so that they can get a lot of their questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winfrey.
Thank you, Madam President. To all of the speakers tonight, thank you for coming and voicing your opinions. I mean, all of us council people should want to hear from our people, our constituents, and we shouldn't be so weak-kneed even when we disagree with some of them, to tell them that we do, and then also to compliment them on when we agree on things. I'm glad, and I want to thank my colleagues for calling this meeting because, again, how do you make intelligent decisions if you don't have good information? And I want to underscore that word, good information, because I know there's some bad information that's being spread around, because as I listen to some of our constituents, it seems that they're trying to conflate the 600 million plus and the 20 million, and even though there is a relationship there, this council actually has no power to stop any of that $600 million lawsuit. That's a done deal. And if there's any lawyer, whether they be plaintiff or whether they be defendant's attorneys, that can show that I'm wrong, say that to me. I need to hear it, and then prove it to me. Because my understanding is that what we're voting on is to be a part of the lawsuit so that it can relieve Flint of any kind of monies that Flint has to shoulder in order to be a part of this lawsuit. So again, thank you to the residents, thank you to my colleagues for calling this meeting, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Seventh Ward, Ms. Galloway.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to all the speakers, especially the one that at least identified herself as a resident of the 7th Ward. And I just want the residents to know that I heard keywords, intimidate. I too agree that there has been intimidation, in my opinion, and I've served on this council 7 years. I feel like there was an intimidation that happened on behalf of those that were in authority when we were responsible for making a 30-year Gleewood deal. To intimidation, words like emergency manager coming back in. If you don't make it, we're going to make the decision, which is fine with me. The other thing that when I think about the one from the 7th Ward that talked about the fact that the KWA bond is not being discussed. You're right. We're not talking about how we got there. The Genesee Tower being one that one of the attorneys on behalf of the city of Flint used in reference. And for me, I am listening attentively, but I will say that the spirit of intimidation, which causes you to fear what may be done if you don't do it, I'm over that. After all these years of being, in my opinion, victimized by those that are in authority that should have had a better sense of making better decisions on our behalf, they have not. And I am not like those that are making decisions that just want this to go away without it going away fairly. And so I just want all of you to know that I hear you, and I will be listening attentively. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. 8th Ward, Mr. Griggs.
Yes. Mr. Rich Jones and others, please rest assured that all of us council people want every citizen of Flint to get the best settlement possible. And we're going to work forward toward that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griggs. 9th Ward, Ms. Worthing.
Thank you. I just want to remind the constituents that we still have no say over the $600 million. Council is not able to change any of that, none of the levels, nothing. And I think a couple people said that homeowners were included and adults were included, and that's not true. Everyone who's lived in Flint is part of this $600 million settlement. It's just that those who are severely affected and younger will get more, as they should, due to medical bills. Maybe they are severely disabled for the rest of their life. I think they would deserve more than me, given that me and my family were not affected, thankfully. So even if we agreed or disagreed on that $600 million, council still has no say. The only thing we have a say in is the $20 million part of the city settlement. And what we want to discuss today is everything included? Maybe we're not ready to say yes, because I still think the only reasonable vote would be yes. But I'd like to hear from the attorneys today to see if all parties have been included, just to save the city more money in the future. And so, and that is a good thing. So that's why I'm here. I want to hear what the all lawyers say, because we want to keep Flint solvent. We don't want to go bankrupt. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Now I would like to respond, Kate Fields, 4th Ward. I'd like to say to the many speakers, thank you, and I want to point out that I have so many questions for the attorneys that I actually have written a letter and have asked for that letter to be part of the agenda, so you can see some of the questions I'm asking. I'd also like to say that before council on December 14th is just the vote on the $20 million insurance settlement. But it includes clauses. The settlement includes clauses that I have questions about. Next, I'd like to say, if you're coming to the protest, please wear masks. And lastly, I would like to respond to Ms. Clinton. It is true that under the GLEWA KWA vote, that Judge Lawson, a federal judge, basically ordered City Council to vote for GLEWA and not KWA. So that's the end of my response. That brings us next to the purpose of the meeting, and first, my short explanation. I want the public and speakers to understand who the attorneys are that are going to be present, and the main attorneys and who they represent. First of all, there are 3 types of water litigation against the city of Flint. There are water damages. Representing them on the call will be Mr. Klein and Mr. Berg from Butzel Long. They're defending the city. Plaintiffs are represented by Mr. Stern and Mr. Leopold in water damages. The second type of litigation is water refunds, and the city of Flint is represented by Bill Kim, William Kim, and Angela Wheeler. The plaintiffs are being represented by Lois Fletcher. The third type is the illegally raised water rates, and they are being represented, the plaintiffs are being represented by Val Washington and Chris Trebilcock. Now, there is a clause in the vote on the $20 million settlement that ties all of these 3 types of litigations together, and I think it's very important that the public understand that. They put in a clause that said if you receive a settlement under the water damages settlement, then you are prohibited or not eligible to receive any future settlement if the water refunds or the illegally raised water rates cases come to judgment. So I have a lot of questions about that, and that's why I've asked all these various attorneys to be present, so they will be available to council members. So if there's any cross questions, they can be answered.
Madam President.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, and I can appreciate that because that's a very important body of knowledge. And so that's why I'm glad. I wouldn't care if this meeting recessed and came back tomorrow. But by Monday, I want council to understand that and other things. Now, my view was this. When I talked to Ms. Wheeler, I said I want a copy of the insurance policy. I want a representative from the insurance company here. Now, I don't think it is one here, but then I also say I wanted Attorney Berg now. So keep this in mind. Unlike 2 of my colleagues, and I'll talk directly to Mr. Winfrey because you asked, the attorneys might not say it, but I'm going to say it. These, when we buy in or vote in favor of joining something, that means we rubber stamping it, we agreeing, we sending a strong message. The city of Flint is in. Now, the liability
Excuse me, Mr.
of
Mays? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you, that sounds like more of a statement or questions under discussion. And I had on the agenda, I would give the short explanation, and then I would entertain a motion, and then we will get to the purpose of the meeting where I ask you and Ms. Winfrey Carter why you have called this meeting. So can you reserve that statement
and
for
that's
discussion?
correct. And that's correct, and I can, but I wanted to end by saying, if I may, the reason that the meeting was called was not specifically for that, what you said first, but it's an important cog. And now we can get to the motion, but I'm trying to make sure we cover what we had called it for as well first. So, yeah, I'll acquiesce to the motion, and then I'll touch on it in the discussion on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Okay, at this time, in order to give every council member a fair chance to speak and have their questions answered, I would entertain a motion of 10-minute rounds per council member, which includes the Q&A, with unlimited rounds. Would someone make that motion?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis.
I'd like to make a motion that we have 10 minutes in each period of the first round until everybody on the body had their turn, endlessly until everybody is satisfied, to ask whatever you want to, and that's what I was so moved for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Is there a second to that motion?
Madam President.
Mr. Griggs?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there discussion?
Madam President.
Ms. Worthing and then Mr. Mays.
Can Mr. Davis clarify that motion? Was it the same as yours? I think it was different because he said 10 minutes each round instead of 10 minutes total. I just want to clarify before I vote.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yeah, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Councilwoman Worthing, it's 10 minutes total each time until we go around until after everybody spoke, then we do it again and again and again and then here go another caveat we needed to add last time we did this. Let's say if Councilman Mays have more questions after everybody exhausted their questions, we can't penalize him for his question. So let him get his question in, or any other council member, until it's satisfied, or if it's necessary, we'll recess. But let whoever want to ask thoroughly ask their question. Thank you for indulging.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
I think I understand. It's like 10 minutes where we get to speak twice, and then if people want to go another round because we're not done, we can continue and do that.
Ms. Worthing?
Am I right?
No. My understanding is, and Mr. Davis can clarify, it's that we will have rounds consisting of a total of 10 minutes each round, going from council member to council member for Q&A, but then we will have unlimited numbers of rounds until all questions are answered. Is that correct, Mr. Davis?
Yes, and for clarity, you do not have to utilize all 10 minutes, but you're up to 10 minutes, until everybody exhausted every question they have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I think it was Mr. Mays was next.
Yeah, thank you. This is what I envisioned when we called a meeting. Just like you got Attorney Fletcher and Attorney Washington here. Quickly they can tell us whether or not they're included. Should we fight to get them included? I do understand you got some of the similar claims being paid on this side. That would take away from their client base. I understand that, Judge Farragut stayed some proceedings until some of this is, looked at. So for all those who say these things don't intertwine, they do. And this stuff is precision, and we can allow Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Washington to chime in quick. We can get in and out. I don't want a meeting that I done called for a reason to be taken away from when we can knock some stuff out. Now, I done gave the speech that I got confidence at the chair, and I done read the rules. If some get out of order, we'll say point of order, or we'll cease talking, and the chair say, what's your point? So we are a trained group now. This is serious business. We don't need all those rules. All we need is the golden rules. If you hear a voice chime in, everybody be polite. Let's fly through this thing in a quick, efficient manner on some pinpoint questions for the insurance company and that deal, and for who's left in and out as it relates to the unjust enrichment claims and the raise and the rider rate claims. It's that simple. And I think we can do it. And however we do it, that's why and so I'm going to have to vote no on this structure because I'm going to pray to God that we can do it with the way we know to be polite to each other and to the people we've invited, and we can fly through this thing. So I think structure will be too much. I think we'll be fine. You know, call me stupid, call me naive. But, you know, let's get this meeting going and knock it out real quick.
Is there any other discussion on this motion? Any other discussion on this motion? Any other discussion? Well, actually, I do have discussion because I hear there are some conflicting ideas, okay? When I asked for the motion, my intent was that each member, council member, that had their 10 minutes in the round to ask their questions would be uninterrupted by other council members. By giving everyone a 10 minutes and going in a round, everyone will have a fair chance to ask all of their questions with unlimited rounds. So I think I would entertain a motion to amend that motion to include uninterrupted 10 minutes. Would anyone? Mr. Griggs and then Mr. Davis.
So moved. So moved.
Madam Chair, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Yeah, Madam President.
Point of order.
Yes.
Or point of information.
What is your point? What is your point of information? What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Was there already a motion on the floor or no?
Yes. There was, and now there's a motion to amend.
So, but he didn't say an amend. You said something and he said so moved. He did not make the record clear that he was amending the original motion. Did he?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Galloway. I will ask that Mr. Griggs remake his motion to include amended. Mr. Griggs?
Yes, my motion is to make a motion that each councilman and the speaking lawyer are not interrupted by anybody else in that 10-minute time frame.
That's an amended motion, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Davis, are you seconding that amended motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Now discussion on the amended motion for 10-minute rounds where members are not interrupted and unlimited rounds. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, I'm going to show y'all something. Listen to me and listen to me close. I done already told you I'm voting no. We got council rules. They call points of information. They can interrupt. You can say point of information, Mr. Fletcher, can you clarify that? And you can't vote on the floor to change council rules. That's why I'm saying to y'all, let it go. Relax. Have confidence in yourself. Have confidence that if you hear Judge Washington or Attorney Washington's voice, you'll say, Judge Washington, this is something you need to say. Hold on a minute. If you hear Ms. Wheeler's voice, if you hear a council person say point of information, if you hear a council person say, may I get the floor? This is easy. I've been in council meetings for 30 years. Only the last council and this council have had these little stickler rules. Trust me. Trust yourself. We should be in the meat of this meeting, and we should be moving forward with the reason that when Ms. Winfrey Carter talked and felt it necessary to call. Don't do this, majority folk. I'm going to vote no, and then I'm going to try to get this meeting started and see how it goes. I just believe. So you can't vote to not interrupt. It's called a privileged motion. It's in the rules. And so just think about what y'all doing, and trust me, let's drop this. Let's vote no and get this meeting started.
Is there any other discussion on this amended motion?
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway and then Ms. Worthing.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a question. So, is this motion in fact saying that privileged motions can't interrupt?
I believe it is, Ms. Galloway.
So I want to just say to my colleagues, a motion can't come from the floor to change council rules. If you want what is being done, the proper procedures based on council rules is that a motion to suspend the rule that says that a privileged motion cannot be honored. You guys can't do this, and so I don't care if you do have 5. The council rules require that if you are changing them, you can do an emergency change, which requires 6 council people. And then you have to take it to the public. All public notices have to be posted before they take the formal rules. If it's an emergency, you can put them in place with 6 council people. The motion that is being made on the table today is in violation of the council rules that require a suspension of that rule. And so unless this council is going to do that, which requires 6 council people to get it passed, not the 5 that generally vote together, this is a violation of the council rules, which are superseding Robert's rules, and therefore will also violate the charter, which says that if any rules in council are changed, it is required, I think it's section 1-801 of the council, of the city charter. And so I'm not voting yes on this. This, in my opinion, and I hope the chair will correct it, is an illegal motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Ms. Worthing?
Yeah, I don't think this is an illegal motion, and I would say we're not going to suspend the rules. And it wasn't specific that point of order and point of information weren't included, so I disagree with the chair that that was included. I'm going to vote yes. It's quite reasonable to have uninterrupted time. I would just make a plea to my colleagues to just let's not do unnecessary points of orders and points of information today. Let's let our colleagues ask the questions that they want, unless it's something egregious and really needs a point of order or point of information. But I'm going to vote yes, knowing that it's the points of orders and points of information will be allowed since we're not suspending the rules, and it's just that we're supposed to have our uninterrupted time, which means it's just that one council person that gets 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll all be polite to each other and get through this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Santino here.
Mr. Guerra?
I think what Ms. Worthing said was opposite of kind of what Ms. Galloway was saying, and I get Ms. Galloway's point, and I agree with Ms. Worthing's stance on that. Was it true that I believe the motion didn't specify that point of information and point of order weren't allowed or request for? I believe those still are charters. So can we still do that if this passes? Because if so, I don't mind voting on a motion to allow a council member to have the floor for 10 minutes, but in case there is something, I believe that should be done. Can you clarify how you're going to be taking this so I can decide how I'm going to vote?
Mr. Guerra, the way I'm taking it is that...
Point of order.
What is your point of order? What rule has been breached?
Well, look what we're doing. We're going back and forth. You'll get around and he'll get around, and then we'll decide. We're in discussion.
Point of order. What rule has been breached, Mr. Mays?
The rule that
Did
says
you tell me the rule number?
we get 5 minutes. Okay, I can do that. I said this meeting, I'll go to the rules. We get 5 minutes on motions. Let me go to that section. You should know this, and so I'm saying y'all breaching it when you can be asked questions back and forth. That ain't the way that discussion work on a motion. You could ask me the question. Give me that time. He can't do that, and you can't indulge.
Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays.
I'm gonna give you.
The chair has simply asked you for the rule number. You're not
I'm
supposed
looking.
to be making
I'm looking. Yes, I am. I'm on page 4 of 23. And so I done seen y'all do it before, so if that's how you want to hold me to those standards, I'm
Mr. Mays,
talking while
please just give me the rule number without a statement.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to the rules 8.1 through 9.9.
Which specific rule, Mr. Mays?
Well, the rule talks about 5 minutes, and you get 2 rounds. Let me. You made the rule.
Councilwoman Fields.
Excuse me, who is that speaking?
Angela Wheeler.
Angela Wheeler, I'm waiting for Mr. Mays to give us the rule number. Mr. Mays, are you willing to have Ms. Wheeler
Normally you
speak?
want to hear from her. Can we hear from Ms. Wheeler? She might have the rule number. Ms. Wheeler.
Ms. Wheeler?
I think the rule that Councilman Mays is referring to is under Section 8, which is resolutions on page 8.
Mr. Mays, is that the rule number you're claiming is being breached?
What you saying,
Under
rule
page
number
8,
8?
under resolutions?
On page 8. Read it. Ms. Wheeler, can you read it?
Yeah, you're talking about the 5 minute time frame?
Yeah.
It says in a debate, each member has, this is under resolution. It says in the debate, each member has the right to speak twice for a maximum of 5 minutes on the same question on the same day, and cannot make a speech the second speech on the same question, so long as any member who has not spoken on that question desires the floor.
So let me ask this important question. Is that only going to be on resolutions from your interpretation? And if it is, then we can go back and forth on this till the cows come home. Would that be your interpretation? This is not a resolution. Ms. Fields?
Mr. Mays, it is correct. This is not a resolution, number one. And secondly, if you read this part that says, in a debate, each member has a right to speak twice for a maximum of 5 minutes on the same question, I think that defeats the whole purpose of the motion, which was intentionally made to allow for greater time for every council person to speak uninterrupted. So I'm going to deny your point of order. That rule has not been
Fields, let me ask you a question. But you are a member as well, right? And that twice speaking of 5 minutes would pertain to you as well. You would agree on that.
On a resolution,
but this is not a resolution.
You're confusing
let's
the issue.
Let's proceed.
Mr. Mays, Mr. Mays, this is a motion, and who had the floor? I believe you did, Mr. Mays. Or no, you called a point of order. I've denied your point. Who had the floor? Could someone remind me? Mr. Guerra.
Mr. Guerra.
Mr. Guerra. And I was responding to your question. Okay? Yeah. I believe the intention is to not have members in their allotted time be interrupted by points of order or points of information, because basically every council member is very shortly going to have their allotted round again and again and again if they want. So I believe the motion would include no points of order or points of information, and I do not believe that this violates any rule or any charter or anything, because this was a specific motion for this specific discussion. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on Mr. Guerra? I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, absolutely, you do. You do still.
Yeah, so I think that motion actually is a good point, because we just seen how off topic we got from a simple, could have been a really simple answer, because the floor was interrupted. We got distracted, and I think wasted a lot of time. So after that experience, I definitely will be supporting the motion, and it is important to keep in mind too, council rules do say for the discussion, the 5-minute thing, but you're right, this is a totally different discussion item, and I think that'd be the best way, and I would support this. If council members have additional questions or want more information, when the attorneys are speaking, they can ask that during their 10 minutes. So I think this is a fair motion to proceed with.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra.
Madam President. Madam President.
Just a moment, Mr. Mays. Has anyone else who's not had discussion on this motion had an opportunity to speak that would like to? Anyone else like to speak to this amended motion? No, then you may have your second round, Mr. Mays.
Well, there's no rounds. We just cleared that up, and it's important to clear that up. This is not a resolution. I guess the 2 rounds in 5 minutes don't apply. We can go back and forth with Mr. Guerrero till the cows come home. I'm the senior council person, Mr. Guerrero, and I want to shed some wisdom on you. You're fixing to vote on 2 different things, and you are conflicted, my young council colleague. One, you voting on whether you should have 10-minute rounds. The other one, you voting to ban privileged motions, because in fact the amendment was made for uninterrupted, and it's impossible by law, because you can do a privileged motion, point of information. And so what I did to clarify whether we had 5-minute rounds on motions other than resolutions is something you should remember for the future, my younger colleague. And so I won't be voting like you. You gave a great speech, but you voting on a double motion, and you conflicted. I could even hear it when you explained it. So the example to clarify something isn't a reason to vote wrong. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on this motion?
Madam President.
Ms. Galloway?
So I just want my colleagues to know that according to Rule 25.4, a point of order cannot be ignored by the presiding officer. 26.4. A request for information cannot be ignored by the presiding officer. These are council-approved rules. Now, the charter says in section 1-801, and so that the rules can be changed, but there must be a public hearing unless it is approved by the majority of this council. And I'm disappointed in my colleague in the Third Ward, because originally when he first began to speak and Ms. Worthing was saying that it didn't include limiting a point of order or a point of information, he thought that I was incorrect. And when he thought that it did not include that a point of order and a point of information was in fact going to continue to be on, that was where he started. And then because of how far it went, he decided that because of this scenario, that this is a reasonable motion. We're not talking about reasons, ladies and gentlemen. Either we are legislators, law-abiding legislators, or we're not. And although this council has shown on different occasions, I want the record to show that any council person that supports this without asking for a motion to suspend not all the rules, ladies and gentlemen, but Rule 25 and 26.4. If you do not do that, according to the charter, you are in violation of the charter, and the charter says that all violations of the charter is cause for removal. And so I won't be supporting this because this is a manipulation of our rules. It requires 6, and maybe you got 6. But I'm asking this council to do the right thing, so I'll be voting no. But if you want to suspend that rule and then make this motion, then maybe you can get me to do it. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Chair, Santino.
Mr. Guerra?
Make a motion to suspend Rule 25 and 26.4 so we can do this legally. Ms. Galloway has a great point.
Point of order.
Let's see. What is your point of order, Mr. Mays? What rule has been breached?
Don't we have a motion on the floor, and don't he have to wait to make a compatible motion? It's already a motion and an amendment on the floor.
Well, Mr. Mays, this is a perfect example of why this council absolutely needs a parliamentarian, because I am not quite sure.
I can help you with that.
Mr.
Garrett,
thank you.
Point of
I
order.
appreciate Mr. Mays. The chair still has the floor. I appreciate your assistance, but I'm not requesting it. I think I don't believe you can have another motion while you still have a motion pending, which is already an amended motion. But I believe we're still in discussion, and I've not had a chance to discuss this. So I would ask Mr. Guerra to withdraw his motion so we can finish this motion. Mr. Guerra?
If you're ruling that the motion can't be made, I'll accept that. But I feel like we need to set a precedent. So if you're saying the ruling can't be made during the motion, I'll accept that.
Madam President?
Just a moment, Mr. Griggs.
Okay.
Okay, so you're withdrawing that motion. I would like to say in response to it, because I haven't had my first round yet, I would like to say that I believe Ms. Galloway is incorrect, because this is a specific motion for this specific discussion. It is not a change in the rules, a permanent change in the rules. It is just a motion for this specific discussion, which I believe we can set the terms of this discussion, but I will defer to Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, what really needs to happen here is it's not a, I agree, it's not a rule being changed under Rule 2.2 to amend in accordance with 1-801. This is a suspension of a specific rule, which is under Rule 2.1, which is done with the council. It's not an emergency, it's just a suspension of the rule. So you would specifically cite the specific rule that you'd like to suspend, and you do the suspension pursuant to based on a 2/3 vote of the council persons elect.
Ms. Wheeler, you didn't exactly answer my question, because I've already stated that I'm unclear and without a parliamentarian that a motion to suspend in the middle of an amended motion, I don't think we can do that. So
I'm sorry, I didn't know that was your question.
Yes. And so I think since this is not a permanent rule change, I believe Ms. Galloway is incorrect in her interpretation of how this all works. I think this is just for this particular discussion. It is not actually a change of the rules and does not require a suspension of the rules per se. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm a little bit unclear, because what my understanding is that there's a motion on the floor by Councilman Guerra to do a suspension of the rules. There was a concern there was an incompatible motion.
Ms. Wheeler, just a moment. There was a motion on the floor. I had asked Mr. Guerra, since I wasn't sure if we could have a motion to suspend the rules in the middle of an amended motion, that he withdraw his motion. And then under discussion, I said that this is not, I disagreed with Ms. Galloway, because this is not permanent rulemaking. This is just for this specific discussion. So there are two questions here. One, can you have a motion to suspend in the middle of an amended motion? Okay, and two, is it necessary to suspend the rules in order to just pass this motion asking for 10-minute rounds, unlimited number of rounds, with no members being interrupted? So there are two questions put to you.
Okay, so the first question is that I'm not sure if this is a incompatible motion, because it doesn't spring out of or arise out of the motion that's particularly on the floor. So there may need to be a withdrawal of one of those so that you can vote.
Which he did.
But the other, okay, so then the other part is like that we looked at the rule under Section 8 on page 8 under resolutions for the 5-minute round. That is not the same for this discussion area that we're in right now. That's addressing resolutions. So I don't believe that you need a suspension, since you're not required to have a 5-minute round, since that under your rules as they're written right now, the 5-minute rounds are applicable to resolutions.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway?
Madam Chair, does Attorney Wheeler realize that the motion on the floor says that a privilege motion of a point of order or a point of information, as a privilege motion outlined in Rule 25 and 26 as a part of this motion, would no longer be a part of the meeting?
Okay, so I'm sorry. So thank you for that clarification because there are a couple things going on here. So let's address that now with regard to a privilege motion. And I do have concerns about that because those are written in your rules with regard to a privileged motion. The handling of that is under Rule 26.4 for point of orders, and also 25.4, which a point of order cannot be ignored by the presiding officer. So it's my understanding, with respect to everybody, that you would need to suspend the rule to be able to ignore or supersede or override what you have in your current rule, which is very simple. You don't have to do an entire rule amendment based on Section 108 under 2.2. You only have to do a suspension based on a 2/3 vote under Rule 2.1 under suspension and amendment of rules for this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. I have a suggestion. My suggestion is that since the motion has already been made and amended, that we vote to withdraw the amended motion, vote on that, and then allow Mr. Guerrero to make his motion to suspend those specific rules. And if that passes, then bring back this amended motion. Would that satisfy everyone?
Madam
Mr.
President.
Gregg. Mr.
That's
Gregg.
what I've been trying to say for the last 5 or 10 minutes is I want to withdraw my motion to amend. Because as I stated at the first of this meeting, I'm leaving at 7:45, and I hereby ask, who do I email my question to ask it for me? I'm leaving this meeting.
Council President Fields, may I?
Yes, Ms.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays, can you hold off on your point of order in order to not cause greater confusion, to let us clarify this?
You got to remove yourself from this meeting. You didn't cease talking. I called a point of order.
Mr. Mays, what is your point of order? What rule number has been broken?
It was a motion made. The order is that you should be asking, is it a second? Mr. Griggs made a motion.
Mr. Mays, Angela Wheeler, who has been clarifying this in the parliamentary procedure and the rules, asked to speak. So I was allowing her to speak in order to know what the correct way to proceed was. So I'm going to deny your point of order and hope we can move on. Ms. Wheeler, what would you like to comment on?
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly that under the other rule that would have to be suspended, being the 25.4, you may just want to do that in part because I think if you take everything out of there, then it might limit your power to still preside over the meeting. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. With regard to that rule, you should probably take a look at it. And if Councilman Griggs has questions, I'd be glad to receive those and circulate those.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Okay, now a motion has been made. Is there a second to withdraw the original motion? Is there a second?
Point of information. Didn't he?
What is your point of information, Mr. Mays?
Didn't he make a motion to withdraw the amendment?
Yes, he did. So I believe first we'll have to vote to withdraw the amended, then withdraw the original, then a motion can be made to suspend the rules, and then a new motion can be made to achieve, I think, what the intent was on the 10-minute rounds, unlimited rounds, with members uninterrupted by anything. So, did someone second the withdrawal, Mr. Griggs's motion to withdraw his motion?
Madam President,
Ms. Worthing?
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yeah, Madam President.
There were two voices. I could hear Mr. Mays and someone else.
Ms. Worthing.
Ms. Worthing, ladies first. You go first, and then Mr. Mays.
I call the question.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
So the rule, Madam Chair, is not in our council rules, but Robert's rules, and Coco shared with us that the call to question can happen if there has been no debate.
Just a moment. I'm reading my little sheet here. It can, let's see, it requires a second, there is no debate, and it requires a 2/3 vote.
Point of order, Madam President.
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway, and what rule number has been broken?
I'm telling you, Kate, Madam President, Kate Field. I'm saying that Ms. Worthing is asking to speak, and you let her go first because you said women first, and then she calls a question without any debate. Yes, you can call the question, but there must be debate. Coco told us that.
Point of information.
What is your point of information?
That's not a rule. It's absolutely, it is a privileged motion. It just needs a second.
Okay, I am going to deny Ms. Galloway's point of order because there is no rule number being broken, and I'm looking at the sheet that our previous parliamentarian who did trainings gave us, and it says it requires a second and there is no debate. So, roll call on withdrawing the amended motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No, we're on a second to the call to the question.
Oh, sorry. Is there a second call to the question? Is there a second for that motion? Is there a second for that motion?
Madam President, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Guerra.
Yes.
Ms. Fields.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Mr. Winfrey.
No.
Ms. Galloway.
No.
Mr. Griggs.
Yes.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
No.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
5 yes, 4 no. We did not meet the 2/3 vote, so the motion fails to call the question. So we are back on the motion to withdraw the amended motion made by Mr. Griggs. Is there further discussion? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam President, you know, I'm going to vote yes in this snail's way of getting to where we should have already been. It's embarrassing. But, you know, I'm considerate to my colleagues that want that, you know, that I'm a senior council person. I have to be tolerant and learn, and the public and these attorneys have to be tolerant too. We have to help each other learn. If we got a good spirit, maybe it'll help us for the next big discussion. But Ms. Fields, when I get with Ms. Winfrey Carter and we decide to call a meeting, don't come in and do what I'm kind of leery that this is somewhat of a hijack, because if I lose point of order or point of information, and if you keep talking when we call point of order, don't explain and say, what is your point of order? You should already been removed from this meeting, and Mr. Davis should be chairing it. And we could go smoother, in my opinion. But if you're going to be a learned president, I made it clear at the beginning of this meeting, when you hear point of order, don't explain nothing to me. Don't keep talking. Everybody cease talking, because the rules say if you don't, you shall be removed, and Mr. Davis should chair this meeting, and Eva Worthy, Mr. Griggs, and Guerrero should be voting in favor of that rule being enforced. This has got to be orderly. I'm the one who know the rules, and when I say point of order, I've been removed. The tape will show that. So, Mr. Guerra, Mr. Davis, Ms. Worthen, Mr. Griggs, and Mr. Winfrey, this is to keep me in a meeting that I called laser sharp, can weave her stuff into. Look how much time has been wasted trying to invent rules for me, and I'm going to walk through them like a landmine and prove that it was a ridiculous waste of time. So just watch these votes and watch how they have to untangle the tangled web we weave, and it's embarrassing for our guests and the reason we call this meeting. But I can't let important rules get me unlawfully removed on such important matters for the residents of the city of Flint. So y'all bear with me, guests. Bear with me, public.
Is there any further discussion? I would like to say something then. I'd like to respond that I believe you are misinterpreting the rule, Mr. Mays. It's not the chair who has to cease talking, because the chair must be able to chair the meeting and ask questions about what rule is being broken and then provide a ruling. So you were wrong in your interpretation of that, in my opinion.
Point of information.
Oh, my God. Let's move on already.
What is the point of information, Mr. Mays?
If you think I'm wrong when I say point of order and you don't cease talking, try me if you think I'm wrong.
I'd like to conclude my discussion with saying this is a perfect example of some members of this council and their inability to separate what is truly important and get to the focus of the meeting with dilatory motions, which is point of orders and points of information that are not, that in effect are just being put in order to obstruct the meeting. So I will be glad when the motion is on the floor, once again, to prevent all this. So other members can speak without fear that they're going to be interrupted every other second by some select members of council. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on the motion to withdraw the amended motion made by Mr. Griggs.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Griggs? Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I abstain for the reason that I want to continue to make a point that this was a waste of an exercise and it shouldn't have happened, so I continue to abstain on these type of votes.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
7 yes and 1 abstention.
7 yes and 1 abstention. So Mr. Griggs's amended motion is withdrawn. Now we need to vote on the original motion, which was made by Mr. Davis, if he would like to withdraw his motion, so we can then have Mr. Guerrera make a motion to suspend the particular rule. Mr. Davis, are you willing to withdraw your motion?
I'm willing not to waste another second of the taxpayers' time. We need to leave it at 10 minutes, and we could have been done. We got people on the clock, and we're up here wasting time. I would like to keep my motion the way it is. Thank you.
Okay. Well, the motion, he's unwilling to withdraw it, so the motion on the floor is to, and Janelle, correct me if I'm missing something, but it is to have 10-minute rounds among members with an unlimited number of rounds with the members not being interrupted. Roll call, please.
Point of order.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Madam Chair, you did not ask, was there any more discussion before you asked for a roll call?
Ms. Galloway, we've already had discussion on this original motion, and I believe everybody had 2 rounds.
No,
so there is no more discussion.
I didn't have 2 rounds.
I'm denying your point of order.
I appeal the decision
because
of
we
the
have
chair.
had.
I appeal the decision of the chair, so please cease talking and ask, is there a second?
Thank you for your instruction, Ms. Galloway. Is there a second?
I second it, if I may, Councilman Mays.
Madam President.
Wait a moment, there's been a motion made to appeal the ruling of the chair, and it has been seconded. Is there discussion? The chair speaks first on an appeal. Once again, I'm going to say we had full discussion on the original motion. Ms. Galloway spoke twice, I know for certain, and so did Mr. Mays. There was no further discussion, so I am denying the appeal because I believe I am right. Everyone had used up their discussion, and it was time to have the roll call vote. So I believe the chair is correct in this ruling. Ms. Worthing.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, this has been discussed to death, and I'm going to have to leave after this vote, this motion for a bit, because I do have other things to do, and I will try to come back to this meeting. But I also want to ask that we check our tone and demand. Let's be polite to each other. You can't command somebody to do what you want. I think some people forget their place. Let's be polite. Let's get through this. And you've already spoken twice. I agree. Ms. Galloway's spoken twice. Mr. May's spoken twice. I believe I spoke twice. Let's just vote and get on with this, please. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Galloway.
Madam Chair, I'm sure my colleague thinks that I've spoken twice on this, but I actually didn't. I was actually quiet until I asked, was specifically during the same one round, was the chair believing that the motion that was currently on the floor would actually, in fact, stop privilege motions? And all I wanted to know before I voted, because I don't want to discuss this anymore, is based on everything that the attorney said, based on your interpretation, which the attorney said was incorrect and it would, in fact, require a suspension of the rule. My only question for clarity, not discussion, was did Councilman Davis make the motion that you interpreted to all of us? And if, in fact, he did, a yes vote on his motion would be a violation of the council rules and therefore a violation of the charter. And so I just want to vote right. I don't want to argue with the chair. I want the chair to allow us to just get some clarity. And so that's why I said, you know, you thought he was going to withdraw it, and he didn't. And so when you said that you refused to accept that you should ask, is there any further discussion, even if that was the case, even if in fact you thought that me and Councilman Mays had already discussed it twice, you didn't ask the rest of my colleagues. So therefore, my point of order was still valid. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Chair, Santino here.
Mr. Guerra.
I wasn't keeping track of who was speaking, and I think you had a better track of who was. However, I do think that I find it hard to believe that Mr. Winfrey may have spoken twice on this, and I don't think I spoke twice on this motion, maybe the other one. So I think that you should have to ask if anybody else wanted to speak on that before we vote. And then if somebody says yes and they already spoke, then you can tell them that they already spoke twice. But just for more fair and transparency, I'm going to be voting with Ms. Galloway.
Is there any other discussion on this appeal?
Yeah, Madam President.
Oh, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam President, I'm going to continue to apologize to the public and to the guests, but, they come secondary when it comes to the internal runnings and operations of this legislative body and council. I'm going to say to you that these might seem like little points that we raise, but when you've been unlawfully, in my opinion, removed as much as I have, they're big points. I convened a meeting with Ms. Winfrey Carter. I understand the Scott Kincaid litigation. I understand the Lois Fletcher lawsuit. I just give them nicknames. And I understand what they're about. And I'm telling you, they are relevant. And I'm telling you, so is the insurance policy in that conversation. And we haven't got to it yet. I warn you guys. But I'm going to vote the right way. A good president, a good chairperson should always say, is there any other discussion, before they just go to roll call coming off of that stuff, or any other withdrawals or whatever. That's just proper courtesy. So when Ms. Worthing say we should treat each other nice, you starting to get it, Ms. Worthing? A good president or chair treats people nice. Is there any other discussion? So she's got the right to call for a point of order without letting you go straight to roll call. And so we all got to do it and stick together with what's right, Ms. Fields. You should even vote with us on this one against yourself, because if we stick together with what's right, then everything will run right, and we can do stuff expeditiously. So I'm going to call this helping the chairperson in the infant stages of her infant presidency. We must do that. Should we do it with spite, or should we do it with love? We've got a city to run.
Is there any further discussion on this appeal? Any further discussion on the appeal? Hearing none, I will conclude with the appeal. To Mr. Guerra, specifically, I want to say that I had asked for discussion. I asked multiple times. No one else, there were a couple of rounds for people that asked, but Mr. Mays and Ms. Galloway had spoken twice. I remember that well. I remember it well. They had both spoken twice. So under any further discussion, and they're the ones objecting to this. No one else has objected. No one else is speaking on the appeal because I have asked. So I believe I am correct that we had exhausted discussion on the original motion. At the point in time, Mr. Griggs then wanted to amend the motion. So I think Ms. Galloway is incorrect and Mr. Mays is incorrect, and I thank him so much for sharing his opinion. And if you vote yes, you agree with the ruling of the chair that we have had full discussion on the main motion and we didn't need to ask for further discussion. It was time to call the order.
Point of information.
What is your point of information, Ms. Galloway? What is your point of information?
Is it appropriate for you to spend my appeal was that you said you didn't have to ask, was there further discussion? not any of the other things that you added. So if you could please just stick to the appeal, please.
Well, please, Ms. Galloway, I'd like to respond to you. This exactly illustrates why this original motion was made. It's because some council people have
Madam
such...
President. Point of order.
I have the floor.
You don't
What is your point of order, Ms. Galloway? What is your point of order? What rule has been broken?
You don't get
what rule has been broken, Ms. Galloway?
The chair does not get to continue to speak. That's the rule that's been broken. You spoke, and I just asked for you to clarify what the appeal was. You don't get to give us a lecture. You just repeat or have the person that keeps the record repeat so that we can vote, ma'am.
Ms. Galloway, I had the floor and the last word on the appeal, and that's what I was speaking to. So you are incorrect in your point of order. You can't point to a rule that says that I broke a rule by speaking last on the appeal. That's what we've done because it is in Robert's rules. So you are incorrect. You are confusing the issue. So I deny your point of order. So I'd like to finish speaking on the appeal. This is the exact reason why this motion was made.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Oh. What is your point of order and what rule number has been broken?
Madam President, the rule that is being broken is you already summarized what you were saying. You were to the point where you said, if you vote with this, you do this. If you vote with that, you vote that. Your time was up. And so now you're rehashing it again. Please ask the clerk to repeat what the appeal was so that we can vote. You're out of order right now.
Ms. Galloway, you are continuing to try to be disruptive. I'm going to deny your point of order because I had the floor and I was still speaking on my appeal.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, Mr. Mays?
You're wrong, Madam President. You were at the point where you were saying if you vote this way, you vote that way. You had already finished your speech on the appeal. She's right, you're wrong. Just think about it and let's move on.
I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the appeal.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Wait. If you agree with the chair, you vote yes. If you agree with whichever of them made this appeal, you vote no.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Mr. Winfrey?
No.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Guerra?
No.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
2 yes, 6 no.
2 yes, 6 no. The appeal wins. So I will come back to and ask for, on the original motion, was there any further discussion by anyone who has not already spoken twice? Any further discussion?
Okay.
Any further, Janelle, somebody needs to be muted. Any further discussion? So the motion on the floor, I'm going to restate it, is for each council member to have 10-minute rounds with unlimited number of rounds with the members uninterrupted by anything. Roll call, please.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
Ms. Galloway?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Fields?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
5 yes and 3 no.
5 yes, 3 no. The motion carries. Now it brings
Madam
us to the
President.
purpose of the meeting.
Madam President.
Now, just a moment. Now it brings us to the purpose of the meeting.
Madam President.
What, Ms. Galloway?
Madam President, through the attorney. Based on the rule, the motion that was just approved by this council that violated the council rules and the charter, where do we go from here?
Ms. Wheeler, would you care to respond?
Council members, this is Assistant City Attorney Bill Kim. Ms. Wheeler dropped off the call temporarily. She's driving from her office to her home to finish up the meeting. I would, based on the vote of the body, the vote of the body would stand at this point.
Madam
Thank
President.
you, Mr. Kim. Now I'm moving on to the agenda, which is the purpose of the meeting.
President.
And I'm going to ask the two people who asked for this meeting to state their reason for the purpose of the meeting. Ms. Winfrey Carter first, and then Mr. Mays. Ms. Winfrey Carter, what was the purpose of this meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agreed to sign on with Councilman Mays for this meeting because I thought that we needed to get more answers, and I still felt confused about some of the things that were said before, and I also felt that we needed to also weigh in on what the residents of the city wanted to find out from some of the lawyers, and I think they did a good job. During public speaking, I heard a couple of questions that they want to have answered. So that's why I agreed to have this special meeting to get more clarity. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Mr. Mays, what was your purpose in calling this meeting?
Yeah, Madam President, I just appreciate the floor. Not only will I tell you the purpose for calling the meeting, but I'll also request that you start with the first ward first, since y'all done voted for 10 minutes uninterrupted since we sponsored or tried to sponsor this meeting. The purpose is, of course, that you've got to make a very important $20 million decision on Monday. And I know under these 5 and 3 minute rules and what we just demonstrated, I'm not up for that. And so I want the community in a transparent way to hear these talks. I won't go in executive session on them. I won't vote to go in them. I'll ask insurance company agents. I'll ask lawyers to come. I'll say who do come and who don't come. I'll even ask mayors and others to come because my position is I want to object to this settlement. And I disagree with colleagues and others who don't believe that a 9-member body council that objects, but not just object for objection's sake, but objects and say this category needs a higher percentage. This category, like most all of them, needs another 300, 400, 500 million. I want to make sure that the public hear the possibilities of what can be done and don't just believe this is it, do or die. You have to accept this settlement. That's not what I'm hearing. I want Judge Levy to know that we are an intelligent community and we bargain for ourselves through lawyers that we hire. I want people to know that as lawyers compete for clients to say okay because we said okay, we still have an opportunity to tell lawyers and others, you're doing a fine job. We don't care if you get paid, but get us paid. Don't embarrass us in a national settlement that will be viewed by many. So that was my purpose, and I really want to use this time effectively because I'm not sure that the colleagues who I sit on this council with have the same mindset. And I don't want folks fooling them. I want to lay it out exactly what this $20 million insurance settlement is. So I'm going to respectfully ask to go first in the first ward as a sponsor and caller of this meeting under these rules that I'll answer the question, where do we go from here, Ms. Galloway? We still say point of order, point of information. And when we say point of order, if folks don't cease talking and we appeal that ruling, we'll see if they violate that rule and discriminate and do not remove them from this meeting.
Are you through, Mr. Mays?
No, because if I really was satisfied to be through, I would be asking Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Washington some specific questions as it relates to the Farrer Court and those proceedings. So I can be courteous enough to do that if you'll call on me first under the rules that y'all voted as y'all kind of do what you want with the reason I called a meeting. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Washington. You're a
Mr.
valuable
Mays, with Mr.
Yes,
Mays,
ma'am.
you must let the chair. You were simply asked to state the purpose of the meeting, why you had the purpose. You did so. Next, the chair will say in response, I had always intended to start with the first ward. And so now I would like to move on with the actual purpose of the meeting to the discussion item, which is by motion going to be timed. Janelle, I would like you to time 10 minutes per council member with the members not being interrupted in any way, with unlimited rounds until you have all your questions answered. So, Mr. Mays, would you like to proceed with your first 10 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Attorney Washington and Attorney Fletcher, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and I still say, Your Honor, because I was in your court, Judge Washington, but understand this, Mr. Attorney Fletcher. When they came up with these rules, they didn't say I couldn't interrupt y'all, and they can't interrupt me. So y'all both know me. Y'all know me well enough to say, boy, hush, let me speak, let me continue. And you know me well enough where I will try to move fast in these 10 minutes. Have we got a deal?
You have a deal. Yes.
All right. Now, Attorney Fletcher, you won in the Court of Appeals something called unjust enrichment, where the city was getting money for people paying water bills for water they couldn't use. That's a fair summary. Pick up and say it quick. And I want to know ultimately, do you and Judge Farrer and any of that court have to sign off to make this $600 million deal a go? Or are they asking y'all to sign off, or do they care? Go ahead. And then I'm going to ask you the same question, Judge Washington.
Well, you have attached to your agenda tonight 22 questions. You have on your list of attorneys Theodore Leopold, including Stern. In reality, your questions, those 22 questions, probably are more responsive to what you really want. I can give you the answer as it relates to the state case, but as it relates to the proposed settlement that's on the table, that document was pretty much drafted, and the language of that document that interferes with people's rights under the case that I have is what is concerning, in my opinion. And so I see that they're on the list. I did not hear if they checked in or not, but the real questions should go to Mr. Leopold and Corey Stern, and it should be those 22 questions that are appropriately attached to your agenda.
Well, let me put it like this. Attorney Fletcher. Have anybody indicated to you that if you join in the $600 million, you would get attorney fees, and then y'all would still do just like the other attorneys? Some attorneys have more clients. You was trying to get yours certified as class action. Judge Farrer wouldn't grant the reconsideration just here recently, I think December 12th. So that means he's saying, let's see what pan out in the $600 million. And then they got a clause saying they'll pay for water bills. People can't get paid in two different places, and you're suited in theirs. Shed light on that real quick. I wish I had more than 10 minutes, but that's really the dilemma. Do you know where you at in relationship with them and or the class and the clients? We don't, do we?
Okay, well, let me try to explain. You have a federal lawsuit that is taking place in Judge Levy's courtroom. At a point in time, in 2016, there was a lawsuit filed by me on behalf of citizens, adult citizens of the city of Flint. That lawsuit involved one thing only. It involved adult water payers, people that paid their water bill, for poisoned water, and the fact that they should be reimbursed a percentage of that water bill. That lawsuit was in Judge Ewell's court. That's a state lawsuit. It's not in federal court. It was not before Judge Levy. That lawsuit proceeded over a period of 2016 to 2020.
Okay, let me do this for the sake of time. And the Court of Appeals sent it back for further proceedings on the unjust enrichment against the city of Flint. Judge Washington, the same type of thing happened with the Scott Kincaid lawsuit. That was a certain amount that might go to certain folks for paying for unlawfully increased water bills. Have they talked to you about being a part of the $600 million?
No. In fact, Assistant Attorney Bill Kim and I spoke this morning, and he agreed, without conceding to the merits of the Kincaid and the Shears case, that it should not have been included. They should not be included in the settlement of the federal, what we're going to call the Flint water crisis cases.
What's your thoughts?
Well, the reality is that the Flint water crisis started on April the 25th of 2014. And I filed suit in the Kincaid case on July 3rd, 2012. No way in the world was anything in the Kincaid case connected to what happened 2 years later. So from a purely time perspective, I don't think there's any connection. What people need to understand, however, is that the cost of the water rate cases continues to grow. And
Let me ask you this question. Have you had any serious talks with the insurance carrier? Because the 2012 going to loop over into the 2 years that they want to max out on right now, the $20 million. Do you get my drift? Have you had any serious talks as it relates to the insurance characters or any carriers or anybody else? Because I got to see if I got to save some of this money for that, and it's a relevant conversation for me.
The short answer to your question is no. I've not spoken to anyone about resolving anything with the rate cases at any time since the last time we had a discussion by Zoom some time ago, earlier this year. But no, I've certainly not spoken with any insurance carrier, no.
And so nothing to do with water am I going on in an executive session on, so understand that. Now, as this clock keeps ticking, I want to ask Ms. Wheeler or Mr. Kim. I requested somebody from the insurance companies here. Is anybody representing them, or do the closest I get to that is Attorney Berg, if he's still on the line? Attorney Fletcher and
Councilmember Mays, to answer your question, the insurance company representatives were not available. Mr. Berg is available to answer questions about the insurance.
Okay, if them insurance company people, if we recess this, or if them insurance company people become available by Monday, I'll ask for a special order, because can anybody tell me how many years since 2014 have we used this carrier?
I believe that would be a question that would be better directed towards the Finance Department, Council Member.
Okay, well, it's the Finance Department here. I'm looking at the Princeton Excess and Surplus Lines Insurance Company. I want to know if we had them in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and to present.
This is Angela.
Anybody know?
This is Angela. I'm sure no one on the line knows tonight, so we will get an answer for you and follow up with you no later than Monday.
Okay, I'm going to request a special order before that vote Monday. I want those two things so far. Now, we'll see if I get an agent here, because I want to talk more about if they had a policy all them years and they zeroing in on these 2 years in a settlement, max out at 2 years is $20 million. If you didn't max out over 5 years, and left some more for some more settlements that didn't max out at 5 years, I might want to settle for $6 million at 5 years. That's $30 million. But the point is, my job is to look out for the amount of checks that go in these residents' pockets. I'm in a dilemma. I'm a trustee of the municipality, but I'm a resident, and the residents vote. And the residents has been done wrong, and the federal government got trillions, the state got billions, and we ain't there yet. We applaud the lawyers. We want them to get paid, but guess what? My job is to look out for the specific amounts for them specific categories and try to wrap this up with these other two cases that's in state court. Now, how much time do I have left as I try to feel my way through this, excuse the pun, maze of time? How much time do we have left?
23 seconds.
23 seconds. Judge Washington, Attorney Fletcher, I guarantee you, if the rest of them go to sleep and you want to stay here, it's going to come a time when if ain't nobody making no sense, I'm going to say whatever you want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. We now move on for Mr. Davis.
Thank you for indulging, Council President. I'd like to speak to someone, because I need some direct answers on this. We got this dilemma coming on December the 14th. Should the residents, or should the council body representing the residents, vote yes or no on this $20 million contribution? Who can speak to that for me in plain English?
Mr. Davis, this is Rick Berg. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Berg. Very clear.
Very good. As you recall, but I'll since we've had the chance to do this a couple of times, I am an attorney at Butzel Long, and I, along with my partner Sheldon Klein, represent the city of Flint as a defendant. The city of Flint, the city itself, is our only client in this whole matter. So our work has always been on behalf of the city. We are recommending that the council vote in favor of the settlement because it is in the best interest of the city. It's in the best interest of the city because, one, it adds $20 million to the amount of money that the citizens will get, and two, the state and the plaintiffs' lawyers who represented all of the citizens of the city, negotiated this agreement over 3 years, and this is the very best that they could come up with. This is the very best they could do, and they're not going to change it for us. They're not going to change it for this council. They are going to go forward with their $600 million, whether we vote for their $20 million, vote to add $20 million or not. For the $20 million, what the city gets is a release and discharge of all of the claims in which that they're involved in the water crisis. As former Judge Washington said, that does not include his case. His case is one of the other 10 or 20 other or 30, who knows how many other non-water crisis lawsuits that the city has at any given time that's just going on, and it's going to go its own way. The same is not true for Mr. Fletcher's case. Mr. Fletcher's case would be settled in the context of this litigation. This settlement of all the litigation.
Now, Mr. Berg, here go a question, and I want direct, plain as you know how, a response. If the city opt out, because some in the community say we need to vote no on this here $20 million contribution, which maybe they don't have clarity to it. If we was to opt out and city of Flint end up getting sued, the city of Flint, and you represent the city of Flint, if we was to bankrupt, would that affect these residents? And I had a constituent earlier in council comment inquire about her taxes on her property. Would that affect the actual population as far as the homeowners in this community? Yes or no?
I'm not sure I can answer it yes or no, Councilmember Davis, but I will answer it the very best I can.
That's all I require.
The city is already a defendant in many lawsuits, hundreds of lawsuits with thousands of plaintiffs. If the council decides that it's going to vote no and does not stay in the settlement, right now the city is in the settlement. It's up to the city council to affirm that, to confirm that, to say we vote to stay in it. But you have the choice. You have the choice to get out. And if nothing happens by December 31st, if there's no vote in favor of it by the 31st of December, we're sort of kicked out. It's void. There's nothing. The city can't participate in it. But what that means is that the city stays a defendant in all of the cases. It does not settle any of the cases. And if and when those cases all go to trial, the state won't be there because the state will have already settled. The state will be done paying $600 million. But the engineering companies, LAN and Veolia, and the city will still be in the case. And so all those jury trials that go forward, if they result in a judgment against the city in an amount that the city can't pay, and as I understand it, the city doesn't have a lot of extra money, so anything that's, $1 million, $2 million, any sizable judgment that the city can't pay, there is a law in the state that says that when the city can't pay it, it has to assess it on the property tax rolls. And so if we have, as I said, hundreds of these cases, and we have hundreds of judgments against the city because it decided not to settle, it is exposed to that liability in these lawsuits, and that liability ends up being transferred to the citizens because there's a very specific law that if you have a judgment against you, if you lose the lawsuit and you have a judgment against you, the city must put the loss amount on the tax rolls. And of course that could happen hundreds and hundreds of times if we go through hundreds of lawsuits. For the $20 million that's not coming out of the city's pocket at all, we get the opportunity not to do that. Will there be some that are left? Yeah, I mean, the way the settlement agrees is written, and I think you were told this by the plaintiff's lawyers last time, there's never 100% because people have the right to not take the settlement amount and choose their own way. But that's a very hard road to take, and everybody has to make their own decision. But I don't want to suggest there's absolute 100% coverage because that's never true in life. I mean, there's never 100% of anything, and that's true here too. There will be some things that linger, but the vast majority of cases should be over with. The vast majority of the expense should be over, and the greatest amount of risk to the city of liability and damages in the future will be over with. As for bankruptcy, I can't tell you. Municipal bankruptcy is a highly complex thing. As if and when that would happen, I really can't comment. I don't know. I just know that the reason for bankruptcy is because a city would have too much debt, and if there are multiple, very, very high dollar judgments against the city, that results in too much debt. So that's the kind of thing that can bring about a bankruptcy. But it's not something that I can speak to with authority. I don't know how and when that could occur.
Well, Mr. Berg, you really answered the best of your ability, straightforward as I would like to hear for the community. Now I got a question for the plaintiff attorney about the $641.25 million settlement.
Mr. Davis,
I want
Mr. Davis,
to have someone ask this. Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Unless you meant Mr. Washington or Mr. Fletcher, the plaintiff's attorneys could not attend tonight. The ones who spoke to you last Thursday are not on the phone.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, whoever can speak close to this answer I'm looking for the community, not for myself, for the community. $641.25 million that the plaintiffs have, and there's tens of thousands. I talked to Gary over in the state of Gretchen Whitmire's office. He says tens of thousands of plaintiffs already. Now, there's a lot of residents in my ward in this community that's not a plaintiff yet or part of these settlements. It seems like we're on the back end of something that we should have been on the front end. Who could speak to this? Because all of this money coming in, who worked the deal that the kids get up to 89 or 79% at a high percentage, and the money now, Jim Ananek, I heard him say earlier today that it might be proposed to go to probate. And the residents, the parents that's raising these kids is not getting nothing. Who could speak to that?
Sheldon, you go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. This just touches on one area that I think needs to be addressed. This is Sheldon Klein, Rick's partner. So I'll try and make this as concise as I can, but it's complicated. Okay. One, you don't have to, part of this lawsuit is a class action. What a class action means in very crude terms is one person files or one or five or however many people file a lawsuit, and they file saying, I want to represent lots of other people who are basically in the same situation as I am. And for all those lots of other people, they don't have to file their own lawsuit to benefit from a settlement or a judgment if it goes to trial. Hopefully that makes sense so far. So there is no need, and it may well have been wise to sit back, for a resident to sit back, not spend money, not take a lot of aggressive action, and when it was time for a decision to be made, such as hopefully will be the case here, to make their decision then. Hopefully that makes sense.
Well, and I thank you for that, but the problem is this, and I'm going to just cut to the chase. My problem, most of the residents I talk to in this community, first of all, the kids affected, water came down through everybody's pipe, even I heard a resident. My time up?
Yes, sir. Mr. Davis?
Okay,
yes, your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you for indulging.
We now move to Mr. Guerrera.
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to ask questions, and whoever can answer it best. Just to be clear, on the revenue that's going to the actual businesses, the percentage going there, are churches included in that? Would they be receiving any financial income if they have a claim?
No. Sheldon, are you still going? Do you still have this question?
Oh, okay. If you want me to handle it, I will. There are some categories of the settlement that they would fit into. For example, if they pay a water bill, but of course, in a lot of ways, churches aren't businesses. Basically, if you're a business and wants to recover, it needs to show that you lost money. Well, churches aren't in the business of losing money or making money. So the answer is yes, but I don't want to mislead you into thinking that it's the same as a local restaurant or other for-profit business of that sort.
Gotcha. That explains it. So if they were paying some type of water bill or anything like that, they could receive more. They could receive money, but not. I understand. Thank you for that point. The second question is, earlier you stated that if residents don't accept the settlement, so if they're a plaintiff and they don't accept the settlement, they can still individually sue? Is that?
They have that right, and being attorneys for the city, we aren't in a position to tell them whether they should, whether they shouldn't, what would be involved. I'll just say generically, they should really do their homework before making that sort of decision. But we just can't advise them. You know, that we represent the person they're suing.
Gotcha, totally understand that. And I only ask you because as elected officials, we've been getting a lot of questions, and that's one of the biggest things is residents ask that they don't like, if they don't like the settlement, they ask what they can do. So there's routes, and they can contact with their attorney, and then their attorney can contact it because pretty much it's set. The state's already decided what they're going to do, and then we're debating on if we're going to contribute the $20 million out of our insurance. So I get that part. So. Where would you recommend? And I know it's a difficult question because you guys are trying to help, the city, of course. But we get asked questions all the time as elected officials. Where would you recommend residents who don't want to agree with this lawsuit? Would you recommend they contact their own attorney then to see what route they can go?
I think that's
Councilmember Guerra.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, no, that's essentially what I was going to say. Is that if they are dissatisfied with the way that the settlement agreement is structured, they should contact their own legal counsel because they're really talking about their rights and how to preserve those in this matter, and that's something that they're going to need to deal with that way.
Gotcha. So I'll advise any residents who have that concern as well. And then another question I had asked previously, I don't know if you have the answer to it now. With insurance claim with $20 million would be insured, how much more would our insurance go up than for the city? Because I know similar to like sometimes a car insurance goes up if you actually do a claim. Same thing with house insurance. How much more money would the city have to spend on average per year for insurance if we filed a claim, or does that not change, or how does that work?
This is Angela. I believe that. Are you asking how much the insurance is now, or what it will be going forward?
Yeah, it could be both of it. How much is it now that we pay annually for it, or however often we pay for it, and then would it increase by doing the claim? And I know it's more beneficial probably to do the insurance claim for the city over a long run. Can you just explain those numbers so the residents can understand it?
Yeah, we pay approximately, and I actually got this information from finance. It's approximately $300,000 a year, and I believe it did go up some this year. So I don't know if that came before you or not. It seems like it did. I'll need to confirm that. But like I said, so those are some of the challenges that we have because the folks have to insure us. So. There are increases, and I believe it did increase this year.
Okay, and then just to prove that, the reason we have that insurance is for unfortunate situations like this, so we can kind of be covered so that the city of Flint taxpayers don't see tax assessments affecting them even more, right?
Right.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Do I have any additional questions? I know and to the residents that are listening, I know I had talked to a couple different groups and people. I definitely encourage them to please email me at sguerra@cityoflint.com so I can forward it over to the attorneys and see if we can get any specific questions. I've had several people who have said that they were going to reach out and give me those questions, but I haven't yet received them. So, again, any other questions that aren't answered tonight by the attorneys or any other colleagues, I encourage residents to message me before we get to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Janelle, just please, if you would let me know if we lose quorum at any time. Okay. Kate Fields, 4th Ward. Here are my questions. Now, I put these questions and more than I'm going to ask verbally in a letter, and I've sent it to all the attorneys involved asking for a written response to those questions that are pertinent to their firm. So I'm going to start with my question 1 regarding the water damages settlement, okay? First of all, I guess I'm asking the defendants, attorneys, and the plaintiffs. Who set the final settlement decision date of December 31st, 2020, that we had to make that decision by that date?
Mrs. Fields, hi, this is Rick Berg on behalf of the city again. The settlement agreement contains that date. It was that date was established by the state and the plaintiff who wrote the settlement agreement. We knew that the city council had to approve it, just like the state legislature had to approve the $600 million, which evidently they've done. So we told them that condition had to be in there, and they simply put that date in there, and that's the date that we were stuck with.
Did I hear correctly that they asked you to put the date? So
no,
you decided the date.
No, that's not correct. We did not pick the date.
You did not pick the date.
No, we didn't pick the date. All we did was tell them that this body had to have had to approve it, and they picked the date.
Do you know what the reasons were for this particular date?
No, and that goes to one of the things that maybe isn't fully understood. The nature of the settlement agreement is such that the state and the plaintiffs' lawyers, who represent all the citizens, spent years negotiating this, and probably months, if not a year, writing it up. And when they came to the city, and with the agreement, it was with the option that we could join it. So it was not a document that we were permitted to change, very much. I mean, we were allowed to read it, but that provision was not one that we chose.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Is there any reason why our water damage settlement attorneys can't file a request for a continuance with Judge Levy and Judge Farah, if appropriate, thereby giving City Council more opportunity to gather information and understand the ramifications of this settlement, also the public?
I'll address that one as well. And the answer is that there is a reason that we cannot do that. And the reason is that the date is in the agreement. The judge didn't even see the agreement until it was filed, and the only way to change that date is to get all the parties to the agreement to modify it. The judge doesn't have a say in it. It's up to the parties. Every other party would have to agree, and the state wants to get this done, and the plaintiffs' attorneys want to get this done. And so we would fully expect them to decline a request to change that date. The judge can't simply, with a wave of a wand, change the agreement. She doesn't have a blue pencil, as they say. This is up to the other party. So while you can go through life asking for anything you want, which means that it's certainly possible for us to ask for that from everybody else. But the hearing on the preliminary approval, and this is just preliminary approval, is a week from Monday, and they want to get this thing done. And obviously what they'd like to know is that the city is on board. So I don't expect them to agree to change it.
Councilwoman Hill?
Well, Ms. Wheeler, I'd like to respond first.
If I could just correct not correct, but ask one thing for clarification. Sure. That Senate bill was Senate Bill 1252. That was approved yesterday. So it's on its way to the Michigan House of Representatives. and then to the governor for signing. And just the other thing, that amount of the approximation of the $300,000 for insurance, that was from 2019 to 2021. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Berg, just a moment. I remember in previous discussions where we were told by, I think it was Mr. Klein, that this settlement agreement, okay, can still be changed. The judge can change it. You know, various things can change this. So I don't know why we can't at least try to make a request for continuance and see if there would be any objections, because I think there are good reasons to request that continuance.
Well,
Mr. Berg, you'd like to respond?
I'll do. Yes, I'd be happy to. The thing that I think Mr. Klein was referring to is that because the judge will hear objections, it is possible that the judge would say, well, I am not going to give preliminary approval of this because it does X, Y, and Z, or it does not do A, B, C. That's possible. I mean, as many, obviously a lot of the citizens who call in are not happy with it. Some of them may appear. Some of them may voice their objections on the record. She may find some of those things to be worthy of change, and she may not. And if she does, she may say, well, I'm declining to approve this right now, which would perhaps force people back to the drawing board and cause a change that way. At this point, with the city council being in a position where it has the agreement, it can read it, it can ask questions, it can understand. What we would be doing is not asking Judge Levy, but asking the other parties whether they want to put this off, and they don't. But you're right. We could ask for that to put off. I mean, we could ask for that to be done. But and if I suppose we could send an email out. I could send an email out right now while we're talking. But I don't expect a positive reply. I'm just telling you what I think.
And may I very, very quickly? And first, I apologize. I was trying to respond to your question directed to me, not realizing I was on mute. Judge, just to be perfectly clear, the judge can only approve or not approve. She has no right to say, I'm changing the contract for you, and then I'll approve it. As Rick said, if she says, I don't like it because of X, Y, and Z, the parties can sit down and say, let's see if we can modify the deal to address the judge's concerns. But the judge's only decision is up or down.
Madam Chair, may I speak? Madam Chair?
Council President, this is Assistant City Attorney Bill Kim. I just wanted to add one more thing to what Mr. Berg and Mr. Klein said. I think that Mr. Fletcher is requesting as well. One thing that I think is important here in terms of the objection and approval process is that the preliminary approval motion that's currently scheduled for December 21st is going to not just involve Judge Levy from the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Michigan Federal Court, but it will also include Judge Farah from our own Genesee Circuit Court, as well as Judge Murray from the Michigan Court of Claims. And they will be, all of them will essentially need to rule preliminarily that the settlement agreement is essentially fair enough to move on to the next stage. And that next stage is where really where people will start signing up to be a part of the settlement agreement. They'll or sign up to make their objections to the settlement agreement, or opt out of the settlement agreement. The important thing here is that the question that's for the City Council is whether the City Council whether the City of Flint will be a part of the process of that process moving forward, or whether that process will simply proceed as to only the state of Michigan and the other settling parties, that being Roe and McLaren. That, regardless of what this council does, that train will continue moving as to those other parties, and that's why we are recommending that.
Mr. Kim, my time is up. We need to move on to the next round. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just sitting here and I'm looking over the settlement, but I want to touch on that $20 million from the insurance company, and I'm still really confused because I keep hearing that if we say yes to the $20 million, you guys are saying that if we say yes, that we can still make objections?
No.
So essentially, if we say yes to this $20 million, we are agreeing to this settlement, and we are agreeing to the terms of the settlement, and we are agreeing to the different percentages and different categories to this settlement. And so we will have no other opportunity to, say to the judge, hey, we don't agree with this. We think we need more.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter, may I? First, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you had stopped. The answer to your question depends on what you mean by we. The city of Flint.
I'm talking about the city. It's almost
okay,
like
if
we say yes to this $20 million, that we're just giving up our fight. And see, the fight is, this is not enough. I'm looking at these percentages, and see, I was a math teacher. I know percentages. And I know that the residents here in the city of Flint will not get anything. They will not be compensated. So why should we say yes to this $20 million? And this settlement is not going to compensate what has happened in this city.
Okay, so if I can go back to something that's been discussed, and I'll do it very promptly because I know we're under time constraints.
We need to discuss it over and over and over because I need to understand it, and the residents in this city need to understand it.
Okay, and I was just trying to be respectful of time. I'll discuss it as long as anyone finds it useful. I believe the answer to your question is, well, I know what the answer to the question is. It comes down to this. If we don't participate in the settlement is still going forward, meaning that the state walks away, there's no more money from the state, and you have no ability to object. You being the city has no ability to object whether or not we choose to be part of the settlement. The court shouldn't even let you, again, you being the city, say a word, and there's both legal and practical reasons for that I won't get into. The people of the city have every right to object and take a variety of other actions, but the city approving it, if the city doesn't approve it, it will still have no right to express whatever objections they will have, and it doesn't give it any right to get any more money out of the other people, the state, the hospital, et cetera, et cetera. They walk away from this litigation, never pay another cent, and the city is stuck suing itself. That is, the people are suing the city. So hopefully that's the best answer I can give you.
Madam Chair, Lois Fletcher, can you hear me? Hello?
Madam Chair.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Mr. Fletcher, we agreed to not have anyone interrupt. You're interrupting and out of order. Ms. Winfrey Carter has the floor.
Mr. Fletcher, would you like to add something to that?
What I would like to do is maybe just make a statement. I don't want to take up anyone's time. If I could just make a statement on behalf of the people that I represent.
Please make your statement.
First of all, I don't want to get into a contest as to what I agree or disagree with Attorney Berg and Attorney Klein. Their opinions are their opinion, and my opinion is my opinion. But let me say that, and I assume everyone knows that I represent a class of citizens that pay for poison water, and the relief and the only relief in the state lawsuit that I'm handling is a refund for a portion of that water that was paid if they couldn't drink, couldn't bathe, or couldn't cook in. I'm not a part of the federal lawsuit, and I'm not privy to all of the confidential documents that they have shared among the other attorneys. I have, however, reviewed the proposed amended settlement agreement. The Flint water customers that I represent for a refund have litigated their claim in the Genesee County Circuit Court since 2016. The city of Flint, Mr. Berg, and Mr. Klein, they have vigorously defended that lawsuit among many defenses, including governmental immunity, which means the government entity cannot be sued. The city of Flint lost that defense, and the citizens of Flint now have a claim for a water refund. Now, let me be clear. My objection is not as to the amount of the settlement. My objection is to the exclusion of the adult citizens within the terms of the settlement. And let me also say this, that I'm a resident of the city of Flint, paying water bills for both my office and for my home. The citizens of Flint, the adult citizens of Flint, under the term of this agreement, at best, as it relates to a claim, will probably get plus or minus $400 max. If they are allowed to pursue their water refund claim, they could get as much, and these are the individual adults, as much as $2,100 to $3,000 apiece. They are not included in this settlement. In fact, they are excluded. They are required. Anyone from the city of Flint that participates in this settlement will give up any and all rights that they have under this settlement agreement for any claim that they will have, whether it's a personal injury claim or property claim.
And thank you, Attorney Fletcher. And that is where I'm going with this. That's exactly where I'm going with this, because my second question is, okay, I got these facts, the water settlement facts, and it says that 18% will go to adults who paid water bills, adults who rented or owned a home in the city of Flint, and adults who were injured. Now, 18% of $115,425,000. 18%. When you break that down, okay, and I need the lawyers to be transparent with this. When you break that down, really the water. The people, the adults, are only going to come out of this with what, $500? Yep.
I'm sorry, were you asking that question?
Yeah. Attorney Wheeler, anyone.
Okay, well, as long as I stop. Oh, go ahead.
Let me just say one thing, and then they can get into the other, because I keep hearing that those who are adults, our water customers are not going to be included, and that's just not true. Even in the judge's order that I sent to all the council, in the order denying Attorney Fletcher's motion for reconsideration by Judge Vera, it says in there that plaintiffs, and basically it says that they've ignored the settlement that the settlement agreement enfranchises these claimants to proceed with obtaining the compensation that they seek. They cite to provision 1.57 that has the property damage subclass to mean all adult entities who owned or were the lessee or residential real property that received water from the Flint water treatment plant or were legally liable for the payment of such water at any time during the exposure period. And then it says 3.5.
Ms. Wheeler, can you wrap up? Ms. Winfrey Carter's time is up.
Yes, I'll wrap up. It says in here it does include those who owned or lived in residence that received water from the Flint water treatment plant or were legally liable for the payment of water of bills for such water, owned or operated a business that received water for the Flint water treatment plant or were legally liable for the payment of water of bills for such water.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. It's time now. Ms. Winfrey Carter, I'm sorry, your time is up. You'll have to follow up with your questions on your next round.
My question was not answered, but I'll ask it on the second round.
Thank you. Now let's see who's next. It would be Mr. Winfrey.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like for Attorney Fletcher to answer this question, if you would, please. Attorney, would you say that if the Flint City Council vote in the affirmative for this $20 million lawsuit, is it omitting your client from anything?
Absolutely, 100%.
And if it is, would you explain what that is?
Okay, and this is what I would suggest you guys do. I don't want to get into a tit for tat with your attorneys, because that's what we do. But if you look at that agreement and what Mrs. Wheeler was explaining to you, that provision only provides people that are qualified under the property settlement section. The problem is this: if you review the agreement, and I think the council should have their own private independent attorney to interpret that agreement for them, so that it's not me, who is a representative of a subclass, interpreting that agreement. But I totally 199% disagree with Mr. Klein and Mrs. Wheeler in terms of what that agreement says. That agreement does not give $1. I'm okay in Custom City of Flint, as I said, both a business and a home. I would not get $1 under that agreement. Not one thin dollar will I qualify under that agreement. There is no section and there is no word. The word refund is nowhere mentioned in that settlement agreement. It's not there. The second thing about that agreement that can be changed, we're not requesting that they change the dollar amount. We're requesting that they change the allocation. They have allocated 18% for a category that does not include a refund category. Our recommendation was that they change, it's 18%, 15% for adults, and 3% for property. The problem with the 15% for adult, it does not include in any form or fashion any refund to water customers of the city of Flint. It just does not. What we recommended was they change the 18% to 13% for water adults, 2% for the water customers refund, and 3% for the property settlement. So you can do this within the settlement agreement. The second thing that I disagree with your attorneys on is the fact that you don't have the ability to go to court and change this agreement. Absolutely not true. Everybody wants to be a part of the settlement agreement, and they want you a part of the settlement agreement. This agreement is not going to blow up just because you don't want or make a request for a change. You have that ability, but I don't want to advise you. I think you need your own attorney to make that kind of advice. But I absolutely disagree with what your attorneys are saying to you, and I will go on record telling you that I disagree with that, because in my opinion, it absolutely is not true. The second thing is, I believe whoever put together these questions, the 6 pages of questions.
Excuse me, Mr. Fletcher. I just need to check with staff. I thought I heard a timer. Was that correct or incorrect?
That's incorrect.
Not for me. Incorrect. Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
Proceed, Mr. Fletcher.
All I was going to say is that whoever put together these questions that's attached to your agenda are excellent questions, and the people that need to answer those questions are Corey Stern and Leopold. Those are the guys that put this agreement together. Those are the guys that excluded your constituents, the people in your ward. They are excluded. The adults in this agreement will get nothing, and someone needs to review this document and explain that to you, because it is absolutely different than what you have been told.
Okay. Well, then, all right, thank you for answering that question. Then answer this question, Attorney Fletcher Steele. So if we vote it down, then what happens to the city now and in the future?
Okay, again, I don't want to give you legal advice. I mean, I believe that the tactics that are being used on you right now are intimidating and arm twisting for you to vote for something that I think is wrong. I mean, I think it's wrong as a citizen of the city of Flint, and I think it's wrong as an attorney for the water paying customers. I just think it's wrong. I mean, you don't give into bullying tactics and then destroy or not compensate or give money for residents of the city of Flint that deserve to have some money. I mean, everybody in the city of Flint are victims of this water crisis. I mean, they were pausing. They had pausing water. Everybody's a victim.
Thank you.
And they should be compensated.
And the reason that I'm asking these questions is because I want the truth out there. I want to know exactly what's best for my constituents and other constituents of across all quadrants of the city. And so you hear so many things out there, and it seems to me that we can begin to politicize this stuff, and whoever you like, that's whose side you're going to float to. But I ain't interested in that bull crap. I'm interested in what is best for the citizens. Because what I was told and what I heard, and all due respect to you, Attorney Fletcher, was not a bullying tactic. I was told that $20 million was to keep Flint from having to cough up some dollars for lawsuits that have been filed against us. And I know Flint can't shoulder whether it's $20 million or $10 million or $5 million. I don't want us to be able to. I don't want us to try to shoulder those kind of costs as it relates to lawsuits. I believe that people, and I know that people were damaged. I know they were. And I've said from the get-go, before this stuff, before Governor Snyder left, I believe that it should not be the state to decide the make-whole remedy. They were the cause of the problem, and to me it just seems ludicrous for the perpetrator of the crime to decide what the make-whole remedy is. So again, I don't have a problem with asking any question from anybody, but I want to know the truth so that we all can make intelligent decisions. So I encourage my colleagues to just keep driving forward till we get what we need, and so we can make an intelligent decision. Because again, the citizens of Flint have already been harmed. We don't want to put any more burden on them, and we want them to get all they can get out of this water settlement because they were damaged. They were damaged, and there was no cause for that. Madam President, I'm done right now, so you can move on to someone else.
Thank you, Mr. Winfrey. Before we move on to Ms. Galloway, could I ask Janelle, please? It's hard for me to hear when the timer goes off. Could you please speak up when the timer goes off and say time's up?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we move on to Ms. Galloway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Fletcher,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just want to say thank you to you. I realize that you represent an interest, but I respect that on multiple occasions, one of the things that you said was, I believe council needs their own independent attorney that will walk them through exactly where this is. And no disrespect to anyone else, but one of the other things you said, and I agree, that there are some bullying tactics involved in this. And I think it sounds great to say, you know, we just approved $20 million and it takes away the liability from the city. I'm not saying whether that is or is not the case. But what I can say that I agree 100% with you is that this council needs its own independent outside legal advice. And I can say emphatically, and I'm going to say it again and again and again, and the water crisis was the worst thing that I had experienced as a legislator. Sitting as part of a team of people that are called to make decisions on behalf of a community and have your decisions overrode. I believe that there is so much more to just this. I believe that everybody involved, whether it's Judge Levy, however you say the name, the attorneys that she appointed, all of those that are making decisions, I just don't think that the true impact of what happened to this community has really been taken into account. The fact that the very people that should have been held accountable, that there was I don't even know where that is. You know, we were approaching the 5-year time, but I say that to you specifically, Attorney Fletcher, because I know for a fact that you were a part of people that were affected by the water, legitimately, that your business and your home were affected by the water. And so, unfortunately, what I don't want to happen is, because you, in fact, legitimately do represent a group of people, that in some way your position or that which is being shared in some way is demeaned. And I'm not saying anybody is doing that, but there could be the very shadow of that being done. And so is Judge Val still on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
This is with my time, because, you know, I realize that there's nothing more that I'm going to learn in this that's going to change my opinion of what needs to be done. I just believe that there's so many injustices in this, and I think that the fact that some of this is being focused on one area just kind of throws me out. But I just wanted to know if there's anything that you would like to share in the time, and I still got a good 6 minutes. So is there anything that you would like to say for the record that you would like for the community to hear it all?
Well, I do want to understand that the water rate cases were filed well before there was ever a Flint water crisis. Those lawsuits are still pending. The city's attorneys, very capable, skilled, have managed to keep them tied up in the appeals court literally for the last 8 years. However, that time is running out. They are at the door of the Supreme Court right now, asking the Supreme Court to take up an appeal that, in my view, has already been decided by the Supreme Court. But, you know, that's the right of the city. Should the Supreme Court of the state of Michigan decide not to take up the case, then the cases come back to circuit court and we're moving forward. And the thing the community has to understand is that in the later case, the Shears case, there's an order that was entered on August the 17th of 2015. It's called a preliminary injunction. And you go to the judge, you say, Judge, these are my facts. And one of the factors, one of the things that the judge has to consider is, are you going to win before that judge will actually sign a preliminary injunction? And in the Shears case, not only did Judge Heyman certify the class to be water and sewer customers who are affected by the illegal rates. But he also signed a preliminary injunction order. And one of the things he had to consider was, are the plaintiffs going to win? So while you're talking about the quality, I get that. You need to understand it's apples and oranges. The one type of case, the water quality cases, are not connected to the water rate cases. So even if everything is wrapped up and you decide whatever you're going to decide about the quality cases, I'm just letting you know you still have the water rate cases to deal with. And that's, it is what it is. I live in the city of Flint, too. I had water damage at my home, too. And the thing that people need to understand is that the amount of money that's in the settlement and the categories now for residents has to be based upon decrease in value. So you have to prove that the value of your property went down. And you have to have, you need to know that your damages, your total damages per house are limited. They're capped at $1,000. And out of the $1,000, you got to pay an attorney fee, you got to pay costs. And so when Mr. Fletcher gives you a number of about $400, he's talking about net dollars after your expenses are over with. So those are the kinds of things that the community needs to know.
Go ahead. And I appreciate that. And one of the things that I think is really unfortunate is that you can have a predator and or someone that is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I say that in this case because there is no one that is questioning the fact of whether the city of Flint was poisoned. And yet, you would be forced for someone to tell you that we know for a fact we did this to you. But unless you can prove this and this and so, we're going to put some type of a bar. And if you can't prove that your house or whatever, who knows, if you can't prove these things, the fact that I'm guilty is not relevant. And those are the strings that I don't appreciate being attached to anything that's going on. And I will say to this, because one of my colleagues said that certain children deserve to have more. I'm not saying anything about whether a child was damaged or not. But what I will say is whether a child was not damaged, and who knows what happens. People's immune systems are different. People's bodies process things different. But how dare you act as though I have to prove something to you, because 20 years from now you have no idea. And so I just want to thank all the attorneys that have been on all this time. Ms. Attorney Fletcher, is there anything else that you would like to say outside of, I hope my colleagues here, outside of you need to have your own independent counsel that the council chooses, not that's recommended, but that the council actually chooses that we can trust. Is there anything that you'd like to say? I think I may got about, a minute or so.
The only thing, again, that I will emphasize is that the agreement, the settlement agreement as written, is very detrimental to the citizens of Flint. And that, in my opinion, the city of Flint has the ability to renegotiate the terms of that agreement for the benefit of the citizens. And that's where I think you need your own attorney, because I think the ability to renegotiate that agreement exists, and it should be done.
Thank you, sir. Madam President, I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Next would be Councilman Griggs. Is he still on the line, Janelle?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Ms. Wheeler, did he send his questions to you?
Yes, he had one question.
Okay. Could you please read his question, and then whoever appropriate can answer?
Yeah, it's second. Yeah, his question was, is this lawsuit because the emergency managers law requires the city to defend the EM? No.
Yes, the emergency manager statute absolutely requires us to defend the EM, and I can tell you that we tried arguing against that as aggressively and creatively as we could. Basically, the court said that's what the statute says. That's that. In terms of do we have this lawsuit because of that? I think the best answer to that would be no, or at least just more complicated than that. But it's ultimately for the plaintiffs to answer why they made the decisions that they made as to who to sue.
Thank you.
If I could add something, if I could add something, Council President, the lawsuits that are against the city. Thank you, Council President. The lawsuits that are against the city name multiple defendants who would fall into, including the city itself, as well as multiple former city employees and as well as former emergency managers. And essentially, all of those actions from all of those people get attributed to the city. So at this stage, we've not yet reached the point where specific responsibility can be assigned to any one person. But because we're defending against all of them, those claims mean that we have that responsibility, and that's how we got to the point where basically the city is being called upon to provide the $20 million in insurance so that we can resolve the claims against the city that arise from any of its former employees or officials or from the emergency managers.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Would anyone else like to weigh in on an answer to Mr. Griggs? Anyone else? Then we will move on to the Ninth Ward, Ms. Worthing. Is Ms. Worthing on the line?
Yes, I just joined back in, so I'm not really going to ask any questions at this time. I just wanted to address what I heard my colleague say at the end. She said, how dare I suggest that certain children deserve more? You know, I sit and listen quite often about how we shouldn't insult each other and how we shouldn't tell, you know, we shouldn't address that. And, you know, my colleague is the first to get on the defensive about stuff. If that's how you feel, great. I don't know why you felt the need to say that, but, you know, my children were not affected by the water crisis. And I thank God for that. I do. I didn't let them drink any of the water, but I was, you know, privileged enough to have seen the Facebook posts, to have been very aware what was going on. There was no water crisis declared, but I refused to let any of us drink the water. And I thank God for that. And would I give up lots of money for a child that has cognitive abilities for the rest of their life? Absolutely, because that's the type of person I am. You know, my kids could have millions, sure. But what's more important is that my constituents who have suffered the most in this crisis get what they deserve. And if we get something, great. I know everyone has had an emotional impact with this crisis far beyond money, because it did cost me money at a time when I was, you know, I didn't have that much at the time to spend on water and buying it and hauling in the water. There's an emotional impact, a mental impact, and a financial impact. We all deserve compensation for what was done for us, but please don't assume why I would say that. I say that because I care about those who were impacted the most. And sure, maybe someone can't prove that they were impacted. Unfortunately, there's nothing we could do about that. But I had my kids tested for lead, and they tested negative. And for that, I'm forever thankful. And I'll ask questions later. I just don't want to re-ask questions in the middle of all of this and be confusing. So I'll just keep listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Okay, that brings us to round number 2. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I want to use my time in this way. I would say to my colleagues, if you listen close, you've heard that there is possibly something that can be done to make the judge amend or tweak or fix this settlement the way the residents and some of us want it. You've heard that. You get mixed messages because you hear the attorneys say if we don't opt in with this $20 million, the $600 million to proceed on without us. They don't know that. They don't know if the judge gonna hold it up, approve it or not. They just keep saying that repeatedly. That ain't really the way to say that. So keep that in mind. Nobody know how it's gonna turn out, but I do know this. If a city council and an entity sent a strong message that we needed some things fixed, I hear people talk about the 18%. The 18% is broke down into two categories, 3% and 15%. The 15%, as I understand it, is for adults with medical documentation. So I don't think you should be mixing the 3% and the 15% together, calling it for adults and saying if you rent a house or if you own the property, you can't even talk about personal injury and those type of qualifications in the same breath. Keep that 3% separate. And then the question is this: if people sign off anywhere in that 3%, do it keep them from getting a claim with Attorney Fletcher? And have Attorney Fletcher, should he have been included? Because let's say, for instance, we opt in on the $20 million, and Attorney Fletcher's case was still sitting in the circuit court. The attorneys might say it takes care of the bulk of the liability, but that case alone could get us another 15 or 20 million in liability, and we done signed off and negotiated with the insurance company, and we still on our own for another 15 or 20 million. So be very careful how fast you pull the trigger to opt in. The question is, do you opt in for the municipality? Yeah, we got a duty to cut losses for the municipality, but at least be in the negotiations. Don't believe that if you have to tweak this a little bit, if you have to tweak the categories a little bit, if you have to influence people to talk to Ferris Court. I had already heard before the night, Ferris Court is at the table as it relates to this settlement. If Ferris Court ain't satisfied, if the city of Flint ain't satisfied, if the residents is opted in, Judge Levy might say, hey, look, we need to tweak this. I see the points they making. So let nobody fool you. And attorneys kind of back off and, be cool with us. Because what difference if we backed off and then 6 months later we was back at this point where everybody can agree. The figures are up. Joe Biden them gonna take office. They might work something out with the other court and put the EPA money with it and fix the categories. You can't force me to say I'm ready to vote on it and all information ain't in. So I'm saying to my colleagues, don't be scared if they ain't put people into this settlement. And if you got the option to wake up the judge and stick with the people, you go and vote with the municipality, the municipal corporation. Councilman Mays going to vote with the people. What will you do? Because the people saying it ain't right, and we done did the arithmetic. It ain't right. We done looked at the, the percentages. We done did our addition, subtraction, and multiplication based upon the number of people in each category. Of course, every lawyer and law firm wants a number of clients. And Mr. Fletcher, I know that you're trying to get that class certified. So it's a lot of big shots, including Judge Fair and other lawyers. So I know what I'm going to do. You got two choices as far as I'm concerned. You got three. You can vote yes, you can vote no, or you could abstain and state the reason on the record. I'm going to probably abstain and state the reason that the percentages need to be tweaked and the amounts need to be touched up a little bit. When we can see everybody being a little more equitable and a few more water-related lawsuits added in this, let's call it the omnibus settlement. I wouldn't care if it sent a message to the state legislature and they had to go back and put a few more in, because that's where the trouble really lies. I'm going to circle back on this. Attorney Berg, are you there?
Yes, Councilmember Mays, I'm here.
Listen to the conversation we had earlier. I say we filed an intent to sue letter. We should have filed a counterclaim, a third-party claim or something against the state. You say, well, they'll have governmental immunity. But most of the lawsuits not only name the governmental entity like the city or the state, but it named the individual employees. If you were representing the city and we know you can sue the entity and the employees who don't have the same governmental immunity, why didn't we do that type of third-party lawsuit or counterclaim against the state?
Well, we considered all of the options at the time, and they also have immunity. There's absolute immunity, and then there's lesser immunity. But the city doesn't have the right to bring the same kinds of claims that the citizens do. The city does not have the right to bring the 14th Amendment constitutional due process bodily integrity claims that the city.
Let me stop. Let me ask you Let me ask you this question, and then you go ahead and proceed. But we, as individual, maybe council persons and people and employees, would have that type of. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, that's as well as citizens, as people who claim that they've been injured in some manner in their bodily integrity. Those are the people that have those claims. Yes, it wouldn't have anything to do with your official capacity as a council member. But as a person, if you were injured, so far the courts have held that that states a claim under the 14th Amendment. But the city doesn't have the right to that claim, and there's a case right on point. So all I can suggest to you is that this was looked at very hard a long time ago, and the city itself does not have a good claim against the state.
Well, I'm going to say this, and it's my time, Brad, get ready to expire. And I'm hoping I turn out to be a person who have helped get us where we need to be on this process to send a message. But I'm going to say this. You can file claims, and they don't have to be frivolous. But we can't be the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury. Sometimes we have to file claims. Law is creative. This is unique. And I'm telling you, it would be right in there right now in my mind in the settlement extravaganza. So we would be trying to settle that counterclaim, a third party against the state, and it would put us in a better position even as it related to future claims and this insurance portion in my mind. But, you know, who am I? I might have never wrote a creative pleading in my life. I have. But the point is, I'm concerned about that at this juncture, and I want to really get a second opinion on that. But we're neither here nor there now. We're where we're at. And I'm just telling you, the more I listen and the more I hear, I'm going to try to see if the city of Flint can do a risky thing. Send a message to Judge Levy on behalf of the people we represent. I can't rubber stamp putting something in a overall settlement that needs to be tweaked. Attorneys have done a good job, Don't leave the people now. I help bring some of you. I'm wrapping up. I help bring some of you in. Got to work a little harder and be a little more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only thing I want to say is listen to all my colleagues. This whole deal should be scratched. How did we get here in the formula they use? It ain't nothing satisfactory to these residents. Some residents making millions in this city, and others ain't gonna see a dime. This is just tragic here. And Mr. Fletcher, I understand thoroughly what you're saying. That's just reimbursement, but we got hundreds of millions of dollars coming in here, and people got affected by this poison. So the deal really need to be scratched. But in the meantime, and I'm talking about that settlement, it just can't fly like that. But we have to protect the city as well as the residents in this city. That $20 million contribution is where we stuck. I understand the piece. We don't have no say. Hopefully, Judge Levy do the right thing. But to gamble people houses and they already retired and on fixed income is a bit much for this council person, because people can't stand that. And then also, I had a conversation with Gary as my time went off the first round. He said, ain't no adult gonna get a dime unless you can prove damages, and that was from the state. And matter of fact, he called me back to respond when I asked the question. So somebody gave him clarity. You must show damages. And then he went on to show me a hypothetical, like being in a car and one person got their neck broken, the other person didn't do nothing but barely get a little scratch. Should they be compensated the same? The tiers they use to refund is got to be a joke. How did these attorneys come in and run this kind of game on a municipality like this? Can anybody tell me who put this here ambulance chasing type of scheme on this community that's been already damaged and traumatized? This can't work like this. But we must protect, once again, the residents with this contribution, because I'm not willing to risk people losing their houses. And they're already fighting foreclosure in line for food and everything else. But it's too much money and too many people. And then Barry from the state said this. He said most people, it's tens of thousands that's plaintiffs already named in this lawsuit. Why in the world a whole city of Flint wasn't named? Like Rich said earlier. You should need nothing but an address, and that should be enough to be some kind of recoupment. It's not right. What's been done here clearly is not right. And we must do something. But we can't afford to risk people losing their home. I can't see it. I can't see it. I really cannot see it. But I wish it was a way. And then listen to the rich in the state. He said, look, the state going to have to borrow the $600 million that you got to do. And guess what? The state of Michigan got to pay it back. They say we're going to have to get a bond. The bond at the end of the maturity, whatever, might cost us upward of $1 billion. So we damned if we do, damned if we don't on both ends. The residents paying themselves. From the city, we paying the insurance and we getting sued. And then the state, they borrowing money and it's going to come back as higher tax in the state of Michigan. And then I heard Jim Antonek with this here probate deal. They want to put the kids' money into a probate instead of giving it to the parents. So all kids should be treated the same. That's why they ran through everybody's pipe. Mr. Fletcher, absolutely correct. Why pay for water you can't drink? And somebody came in here, ambulance chased this community, and only one going to make good is the attorneys. How sad could this be? I mean, ain't no adding it up. Ain't no being happy. Ain't nothing to be happy about in it. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. Somebody, I like to know who agreed to this formula. It's not right. It's not right. It's damning to an already impoverished community. And that's all I have to say, Madam Chair. Thank you for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next is Mr. Guerrera. Mr. Guerrera, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, just a quick question. And it's kind of been brought up a couple times. Just curious. So, in general, for all colleagues, elected officials, from the administration to the city council, we would have to then, because we cannot be plaintiffs in the case. Am I correct? If we're voting on the case.
No.
This is Angela, if I may.
Go ahead, Ms. Wheeler.
There is a conflict section under the Flint City Charter 1-602. I believe it's Section D. I'm going to pull it up right now. But it does talk about making disclosures in writing. And if you're able to abstain from the vote on something that is where someone would receive a financial, have a financial interest, or a family member, and things of that nature. So there is a provision in the charter that talks about members, including not only the council, but anybody who have a financial interest, when they're making a decision to make those disclosures, and even talks about doing that at least a week in advance prior to the decision, and so to make sure you have all that done. So that's one thing that it talks about in 1-6. 1-60. Let's see. I believe it's 1-602D. And it does talk about, except as printed by law, state law, any public servant who in the discharge of his official duties would be required to take an official action or make official decisions with substantially affect the public servant's financial interests or those associated business or immediate family to take the following action. And it does talk about preparing a written statement, which we have sample disclosure forms that can be used. Also, if it's in the other section talking about the person, it says the public servant is a member of the city council. The council person is excused from taking part in action or decision in question. So it does discuss that in the city charter.
Okay, I'll have to get more with you on that, and if you could send me that information to my email and send it maybe to my colleagues as well too, just search. Some of them are curious on the question.
Okay.
All right, and that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. I'm Kate Fields now. I'm going to go back to where I left off, and there was a question about, is there any reason why our water damage settlement attorneys can't file a request for continuance with Judge Levy? Now, part of the response from the attorneys, somebody mentioned that citizens can object. Okay, how do they object? Do they show up in person when Judge Levy's having this hearing, or request to be on the Zoom meeting, or write a letter, or how can they object to Judge Levy or Farah to the terms of this settlement?
So if I can answer that, this is Sheldon Klein again.
Sure.
On next Monday, the court is going to hold a preliminary hearing on preliminary approval of the settlement. That hearing will be broadcast over Zoom, but that will not be the opportunity for residents of the city to express their concerns. If she decides to preliminarily approve it, then she will set a date for local residents to do a lot of different things, one of which is to inform the court whether they desire to express objections to the settlement, and then she will actually set a date for hearing on those objections. And the objections can be either written or in person. Of course, in the present world, in person means by Zoom. We haven't been in a courtroom, well, that's probably as long as you folks haven't been in the city council chambers. So that is where the opportunity for citizens, that citizens will have to, who want to object, to say their piece. I hope that's responsive.
Thank you. Yes. Well, in that case, I'm going to make a request of the city attorney that she work with council staff and put an information sheet on city council pages which explains to citizens exactly when and how they can express their objections to the settlement to Judge Levy. And then...
I apologize, but I should have said the actual dates for all that will be when the court grants preliminary approval of the settlement. If she does, she will set the dates for all that. So sitting here now, no one knows what the date for doing any of the various things that I told you about will be.
Okay, well, when that happens, Ms. Wheeler, could you please put that information, working with the
yes,
council staff? Thank you very much. Now, very quickly, Mr. Fletcher had asked to be heard when my time was up. Mr. Fletcher, what did you want to say on this question or this issue?
I'm not sure. It's been so long. We were talking about at the time. I just don't remember what we were talking about.
The question was, why our water damage settlement attorneys can't file a request for continuance with Judge Levy and FARA if appropriate.
Okay, again, what I suggested is I don't like giving legal advice in this case, and I suggested that you have independent counsel. I don't agree with what your present sitting attorneys are saying as to whether you can or cannot, because I believe you can. But I just don't want to give that kind of advice. I'm here tonight to talk about what I think is a very, very important interest of refund.
Okay,
and
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher, you had asked to speak, and I just wanted you to speak on my particular question. So thank you. All right, now I want to move on. I want a very quick response to this. Why was City Council not given the entire settlement agreement, which was 82 pages or so, when it was first written and agreed upon, instead of December 8th, when we had already had council information sessions discussing the settlement? Why didn't we get the entire settlement agreement?
I know that within 24 hours of the settlement becoming public, the city website had a link to the settlement, issued I'll call it a press release, I don't know if that's the right word, that had a link to the settlement agreement. I know the day after that, MLive had a link to the settlement agreement, and there were other things. I have no personal knowledge of what day, I assume a paper copy was delivered.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Klein. Okay, I just feel that since City Council was being asked to vote on this, we should have been, we wouldn't have to go to MLive to get the whole settlement. Somebody should have gotten us the entire settlement agreement pronto. My next question, why was it not brought to Council's attention that a clause in the settlement said if a plaintiff agrees to the water damages settlement, that they are then foregoing any opportunity to receive compensation, making themselves ineligible, if a plaintiff's judgment is awarded in either both of the water-free refund cases and or the water illegally raised rates cases, respectively, Mr. Fletcher's and Mr. Washington's cases. Why was that not brought to Council's attention?
A couple of things on that. I don't think the question is accurate in the way it's been written. And first of all, Mr. Washington's case is not really in discussion anymore because his case is going its own way. The second answer is that in any class action case, the settlement is across the board unless you opt out. So certainly, if you're a part of the class action settlement, that means that you're not going to proceed with any other litigation. And thirdly, with respect to Mr. Fletcher's case, Mr. Fletcher appears to disagree with this, but I respectfully say that he's incorrect. If the Judge Levy and Judge Farah and the Court of Claims agree with the settlement agreement, the water refund claims will be paid through that settlement. And
there's no category.
I'm sorry, who is that?
I have no idea. Someone interrupted. Proceed.
The settlement agreement says very specifically at section 3.5 that people who paid water bills can register to make a claim under the settlement agreement. So the question that is being asked is a question that sort of acknowledges what's true in all class action cases, and that is that all the cases that claim the damages that are being paid in the class action will go away. And so, yes, there's no second bite at the apple because you're getting the bite at the apple through the settlement of the class action case. If a particular person doesn't want that bite of the apple, they can opt out of the settlement. That's permitted. I mean, it's a process.
Thank you, Mr.
They have to follow.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. I think you've answered that very quickly.
It's Mr. Berg,
because Mr. Berg, I'm sorry. I want to know who added that clause in that settlement agreement. The judge, the defendant's attorneys, plaintiff's attorneys, both together. Why was this clause included, and can we remove that clause from the settlement agreement? Who does this benefit, the citizens or the attorneys?
It doesn't benefit. It benefits the defendants who are released from liability in the lawsuit, including the city, because it means the citizens can't continue to sue once they've any plaintiff can't continue to sue once they've taken the money. I mean, that's the whole point of a settlement is you don't have any lawsuits anymore. So if that's the only reason to settle is so that you don't have lawsuits anymore. And
who added that clause?
And that particular clause, first of all, is standard in every settlement agreement all the time. If you settle, you don't have a lawsuit. So it's no surprise that it's in this agreement because it's standard in every settlement agreement in every case. In specific answer to your question, this settlement agreement was drafted by the state of Michigan and the plaintiff's attorneys and was presented to us in the form that it's in. We have no say whatsoever in that language.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll tell you, we're at a disadvantage since the plaintiff's attorneys are not here. But at this point in time, because my time will be up soon, I have to announce that, I have 7 pages of questions. Excuse me, I have 7 pages of questions. Yes?
Yes, your time is up.
Okay, I just want to announce that due to a migraine, I've taken a pill, and it's not working, that I am going to have to turn this over to Vice President Mr. Davis, and that I would consider a special order to discuss this again with the same conditions on December 14th, but I would be unable to attend any more meetings between now and December 14th. So, Mr. Davis, it's all yours. We are on round 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4 have had their round 2. It's now up to Miss Winfrey Carter. Good night.
All right. Miss Gary Winfrey Carter, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Okay. For my second question, I had started asking this question during the first round. I want to break down this 18%. And under this category of 18%, it would be the adults who paid water bills, adults who rented or owned a home in the city of Flint, and adults who were injured. Can someone break down that 18%? How much would go to adults who pay water bills? How much would go to adults? What percentage of the 18 would go to adults who pay water bills, adults who rented or owned a home in the city of Flint, and adults who were injured?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Ray.
All right. It's 15%. 15% for adults who are making a claim for personal injury. It's 3% for everybody else.
Okay. Okay. So I had already calculated this out. All right. I really have. I just wanted to. I really have no more questions right now. I'm still trying to read and come up with some more questions to ask. I'll come back on the third round, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Crowder. Mr. Winfrey, Councilman Winfrey.
Mr. Vice President, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Councilwoman Galloway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
All righty. Janelle, Councilman Griggs gone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilwoman Worthy, she still online?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have no questions. Right
No
now.
questions? Okay, we're back
Correct.
to Councilman Mays. You got the floor.
Yeah. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, I think it's important for you to hear that the 15% is people with personal injury. Documentation, personal injury is defined as bodily injury. The 3%, and if you do the arithmetic, if the attorney fees is $100 million, the fees and expenses $200 million, 3% of $400 million, or 3% of $500 million, with 31,000 water customers, 30,000. That's why we keep saying that math show us about $500 and something per 30,000 people. Because of the percentage of the way that the pot is now. If the pot increased, or if that percentage amount increased, then you got something going. But if you listen to the attorneys the other day, one of them said, because the proposal has been submitted to Judge Levy, I don't expect nobody else to be joining in. They even went as far as to say the EPA defendants in that group was in a whole nother judge's court. So this proposal, as it is what it is. And you can do some of the arithmetic now because the categories in the estimate of people. Now, what's problematic to Mr. Fletcher and the work that he's done, if people who don't know, what these checks will be, and that's what this is. They asking us to vote on the amount of checks that category of people are getting with the information we have in front of us. Once people find out what these amounts will be, they might very well say, well, I didn't have nothing coming as an adult. Why would I take the 500 when over here with Attorney Fletcher, if they still going, I might can get 2,000. Whatever the case will be on the category for adults without personal injury documentation, and everybody know that that's not the only damage you can get in a lawsuit. You should be able to get damages for property. You should be getting damages for unjust enrichment. You should be able to get civil rights violation damages. So that's the decision we got to make. We got to decide, do we opt in with $20 million, even though they say it's separate? No, you're sending a message. People have the right to object. The more objections, the better chance we got of making this a better settlement, inclusive for all. So I'm going to sound like a broken record. And attorneys shouldn't get upset. If attorneys hear their clients saying, ooh, good job, just do a little better in these areas, be a little more inclusive. And attorneys, they compete. Each one of them want the most clients. That's what they do to earn their living. Mr. Fletcher, he wouldn't mind taking 20 thousand of the 30,000 customers. Well, them attorneys that's trying to settle, they wouldn't mind taking 26,000 and leaving Mr. Fletcher 4, but they ain't gonna double dip. The way this thing is worded, somebody got to reach a compromise. They should have had Mr. Fletcher at the table, and I'm telling you, the increase in rates has something to do with it because, well, you could say it's separate. Pay them back the increase, unjust enrichment. But then, Mr. Davis, that's where your argument is flawed, Mr. Vice President. Don't vote based upon people saying they'll have to levy taxes, because if they leave Mr. Fletcher's and them claims out, and she still accepted regardless of what Farrah and them say, they argument would come back. You still might have to pay $20 million, $29 million, $15 million. Or you don't settle possibly the Kincaid case, you still might have to pay some millions. That's how government works. Don't tell me to settle with an insurance company before I know what all my claims are. I got to look at the $600 million claim in my insurance company. I got to look at the Lois Fletcher claims. I got to look at the Attorney Washington claims. So that's just how government works. It's a non-factor for me. If that insurance company want to negotiate in good faith and they know counsel play a role, don't get mad and take your marbles and go home because we didn't jump at the first proposed settlement. And I say to any attorney and anybody who negotiated with them, well, it might be another lawsuit, but don't come in here telling me if we don't take it, they're going to take their marbles and run. No, they might take their marbles, but they'll be in some litigation too. So there you have it, counsel. We'll see come Monday how many vote yes, how many vote no, and how many abstain. Ms. Wheeler and counsel, could I turn your attention to Rule 9.9? And it talks about abstaining from voting on a question of direct personal interest. It reads, no member should vote on a question in which he or she has a direct personal or pecuniary interest. Not common, this is the key, not common to other members of the organization. See, this one, we all got something in common. We all have the potential to file claims. So this is a little different. When one, beg your pardon, is that Miss Wheeler?
Yeah, I can wait.
Okay, Miss Wheeler, no, you don't have to, because I ain't scared to get throughout wrongfully. It can still happen, but you know, something changed in this meeting. Mr. Vice President, may she speak?
Yes, Councilman. Yes.
Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I see that rule, but I'm also looking, in addition to that rule, at the charter. And so, like I said, I agree, you all have that in common, but that's not the only thing you have to look at. You have to look at if anybody's making any compensation for any promises or anything related to this case that have nothing to do with the terms of the settlement. So there are other things that have to be considerations too, to make sure that we're being clear and transparent as required by the charter.
Yeah, well, I understand that, and so that's what I was bringing that point up in that same vein. You have to look at that. You have to look at the one I read. It'll help give you directions as to how you can vote yes, no, or abstain, and they all do go together. You know, I could ask my staff right now to print out that I am a plaintiff, that I could file a claim, I might do objections and so forth and so on, but it's easy for me because I'm abstaining with the reasons it might be tweaked. I wish I could get 9 council people to send Judge Levy and these negotiators that message, because tweaking ain't bad. You go in and knock it out, get everybody taken care of, and then you come back out and you got a happier community. So, you know, I just want to bring that up because I don't want colleagues, I mean, Mr. Gere asked about it, scared because they might go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. I don't even want to go through another trial. But, you know, this one is full disclosure because we all got it in common and so forth and so on. Ain't nobody giving me no money behind the scenes to vote one way or another or influence me. This is what you see, is what you get, and what I believe. And so I'm going to stay the course. I'm going to come down on the side harder with the residents than the emergency managers, municipalities, states, and others. And I'm going to be steady talking to lawyers just to see. It might be too late now. Why we didn't file a counterclaim? So, Mr. Fletcher, I don't know who's going to win the tug of war of clients, as I'm going to call it, but they do have a clause in there that kind of conflicts with the ability to monolithically be the only one in that category, I think.
Mr. Vice President?
I'll wait.
Okay.
Oh, Councilman, wrap up, please. Councilman May?
Oh, no, Mr. Davis, remember, I'm the author of this meeting. It's going fine. I'm okay.
Okay.
I'll wait to hear what others say. If ain't nobody got nothing, it might come to me. I might wrap up. We might be done. We'll see.
Okay. Well, I will be next, and I exhausted all my questions for this evening. So, Mr. Gere, Santino Gere, you got the floor.
Yeah, I've already asked most of my questions as well. If I have anything else, I'll contact the attorney and email them.
Thank you. Okay, then, Janelle, Councilwoman Fields is gone. We're over to Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter. You got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think I've asked all of my questions, and then I was able to get answers from other questions that colleagues asked. So I'm pretty clear.
Thank you, Councilperson. Thank you. Councilman Herb Winfrey, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm good. I've listened. I've heard other colleagues' questions. I had some questions answered before I got here, but I'm pretty good. So you can move on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Monica Galloway, you got the floor.
Thank you, sir. I'm all set.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And Mr. Griggs has left the meeting. Ms. Worthen, Eve Worthen, you have the floor. Thank you.
She is gone.
She's gone?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're back to Councilman Mays. Have at it, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, I would say this. This one I'm kind of joking a little bit, Attorney Fletcher, but if you was the objection lawyer, you might have adults out flocking to you, and then you'd have them locked in. But I know, and I want this council, though, and the public, that I'm sophisticated enough to know that there are lawyers who help file these objections and need detailed categories and the amounts that we need tweaked and moved around. So have no fear. They criticized me as an elected official when I recruited lawyers before, and I'm starting tonight, really before tonight. We've interacted with some from out of Indiana. That's going to be the task in a short order, that we need formal objections put down in a certain way, covering some of the things you heard us talk about here tonight. The attorney who is representing the city, sir, is it Mr. Bird?
I'm sorry, you talking to me?
Yes, Mr. Bird.
Yeah, Mr. Berg, if this council on Monday voted majority no or the majority no and abstain, and you didn't have but 3 or 4 yes, what would be your next course of action with the insurance company? Am I understanding that they say they don't want to talk anymore?
Well, no. With the insurance company would, because the city did not participate in the settlement agreement, that means that the $20 million that they were going to contribute, we would notify them. I mean, my next move would be to notify them that the settlement agreement was not approved, and then it would be up to them really to decide what to do next.
Right. We could suggest to them that we might want to use that policy, and those people who was left over, who didn't opt in, if it continued. I'm not sure it's going to continue because I'm going to try to object to it effectively with a crowd of people. But if it continued, let me finish my question. If it continued and the bulk of people opt in before they knew what they was going to get, because it's designed to have a bulk of people hop in, clear up their claims, and then some will be left out. Let's take Mr. Fletcher's group, for example, that's left out. We could then go back to the insurance company and say, look, we need that $20 million for liability because Mr. Fletcher might eat up 14 or 16 million. Of course, they would still be open to talk about that 20 million, 16 or 14 million. Would that be a fair statement?
No, it would. I respectfully disagree, Mr. Mays, and I can tell you why. The policy is essentially the insurance company is bending the rules of the policy because of the opportunity that the city has been presented to get on board of this settlement tree. The way the policy works is they don't have to pay a nickel unless and until we lose a lawsuit or we've settled and we've put our own money at risk for what the settlement amount is. And the policy has to answer to the claim. This policy has this language in it, that what's excluded in it is any loss, cost, or expense arising out of, resulting from, caused, or contributed by the toxic or pathological properties of lead compounds, or lead contained in any materials. There is a lead exclusion. And so to say that the insurance company will stand up and come back and pay something is a gamble. It's a $20 million bet on that the marble is going to fall in the roulette wheel in Las Vegas. It's not a prudent decision by a city council that has to look out for the best interests of the city. It is a nothing but a gamble. And so I respectfully disagree.
Let me ask you this question. Mr. Fletcher's $15 million has nothing to do with lead, per se. It has something to do with unjust enrichment. Hold on. It could be germs, bacteria, TTHMs. So, okay, let's say I understand that lead exclusion. Barring that lead exclusion, because we paid a premium in a policy, now would they, if it ain't got nothing to do with lead, as I think I see his case don't, what excludes them then from talking to us about excess coverage?
I will tell you that as well. The water is a fee for service. It's basically a relationship that exists pursuant to the city ordinances that requires people to buy it and the city to provide it. It's a fee for service. The fact that the water was changed and over to the river and the resulting corrosion happened is not an accident, to which it's more in the nature of it's not in the nature of a personal injury type damage. Insurance will respond to property damage, and they will respond to personal injury damage and that kind of thing that happens due to an occurrence. The type of claim that for unjust enrichment that Mr. Fletcher is making, there is no insurance for that, and you can't buy it. No, there is no insurance.
Okay, so answer me this question. How much do we have in self-insurance before we have to go to the excess? Do we have $20 million in self-insurance coverage that don't have all them strings attached? Do you know what amount we're working with?
Sure. What self-insurance means is that you take it out of your wallet. It means that you're paying it out of the city general fund. It's not as if.
So do you know how much we're working with?
It's self-insurance is defined by the policy that you have. In these policies, it's $3 million. In these policies, it's $3 million, and it's either attorney fees or amounts that you've expended.
So you're saying anything after $3 million that we pay out of our general fund, our self-insurance fund, then it goes to the excess fund, the insurance policy.
In a particular policy year, and assuming that the excess insurance would provide that coverage. It's $3 million.
Right. So if we got excess insurance policies that don't cover, we might better look at another excess insurance policy carrier, because we getting bumped out on seem like a couple important things that we need to be covered on, and we only covered on personal injury type of things and maybe some more. But I'm starting to get the drift of what you're saying. Now, I know that we had a $24 million fund balance because I was the finance chair, and I cautioned this administration that's now recommending to us to settle and do it this way. I cautioned this administration not to squander or mess up prematurely that $24 million I had saved up before they got there, along with Mr. Newsom in my leadership position. So I'm now starting to really get a pause, and I'm telling you, I'll vote to abstain for a variety of reasons, and I'll state them on the record because I have to by law. But I hope this community stands by me, believe in me, and believe that sometime you can send a strong message, and since we're so close, they might bend, fold, talk, negotiate, and get us where we need to be. We're not there yet. Thank you. And I won't move to adjourn. I'm listening to you. I'm listening. Who's trying to talk?
Mrs. Fletcher, I just want to say it is so important, in my opinion, that you guys get independent counsel, because what I just heard is not right. That's my opinion.
Well, I know you've got your opinion. You've echoed it all night. And I've got my opinion. I've echoed it all night. And I'm still trying to convince my colleagues that under this formula, you can vote $20 million and send it on. But you still could have another $20 million in liability, and don't believe that will make us go bankrupt. Don't believe that people's taxes gonna be raised ridiculously, because, you know, I don't make that much money myself. But when Genesee Towers hit, I was able to pay $180. That might have been the assessment. I know what the tax assessment would be if it had to be $10 million. So believe me, we'll get to that as well. Don't be scared. Just vote right for what's right for this community and people.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Anyone else would like to respond to the attorney or any other question? Anyone else like to respond? Everybody exhausted all their questions for this evening?
Mr. President, I just want to follow up, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
Ms. Wheeler, we will be trying to see if there's a representative from the insurance company here Monday, and we will see if, in fact, we know those years of paying this policy. And I'm surprised to hear some of the exclusions. But I'll be checking and double checking. And I'm telling you, I want to hear directly from the public, and directly in the public, and I want the public to hear this insurance carrier say what these attorneys are saying, that all bets is off if we don't use their $20 million here. And then I want to ask them, so you mean to tell me we done paid a premium and it don't fit nowhere in this equation? So if somebody know how we can still use them insurance policies if we don't use them here, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah.
If I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Like I said, we'll certainly, see what we can do for Monday, but I just want you all to understand is that the attorneys who are here have represented the city with excellence, have put hard work into this case and all of these cases, and have represented the interests that the council holds, which is the city of Flint. And I just want you to understand that's what we're here. We're here to provide answers and have made ourselves available not only during the meetings, but to you personally. And for those of you who haven't availed yourself to that, we are certainly still glad, privately and publicly, to continue to answer your questions. So I just want to make that continue to be available to you, because there's some that haven't. And but we are a resource to you, and we'd be glad to continue to be a resource to you, even when we're not in a public meeting. So thank you.
And Ms. Wheeler, if I may, Mr. Vice President, Ms. Wheeler, to you and Attorney Berg, listen to me. I sound like a broken record. Attorney Fletcher, Attorney Washington, Pitt, Trishelle Young, Napoleon, and Skolnick. We are pleased with your work. You are close to a settlement that makes it seem satisfactory in our eyes. We're not saying that. We're saying now you've presented your best work. The process allows us to object and to tweak and to try to get it more inclusive. So don't be offended. We're saying you've done at this point what we wanted you to do. We don't care if folk get paid, because they should get paid for their work. But what we are saying as plaintiffs, we need to put our best foot forward to tweak it for us and get everybody included, get attorneys hanging out there and claims included. And that's the goal, where everybody agrees and says yes. And I think it can be done. And I'm telling you, even the other courts with the EPA got to pay attention to this. Maybe the Democrats can facilitate that. But when you're this close, and if it takes to January, February, March, or April, that's okay. But it ain't okay to just do it knowing folk is left out and claims that still can amount to another $20 million is left hanging out. So, it's all good. And I can appreciate you saying that, and I hope that people hear me and don't think I'm just talking to hear myself talk. I'm dead serious about this, because a lot of people is watching, and the people I represent, not the brick and mortar, but the people want me to use my voice and my position to try to get it right. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Well, at this time, I guess we'll move down if it's proper. Final council comment, or either a motion to adjourn to be proper.
Mr. Vice President.
Yes, Councilman Mays.
We had an item with the COVID-19 discussion, but that's because the mayor hasn't showed up since March. Some people believe he don't need subpoena. I'm going to be requesting a special order for Monday dealing with this. We know we didn't have 55 cases. 25 of them was in November alone. We know we done had some deaths. He mentioned the deaths and that number in his state of the city, but he was like crickets and didn't mention the 25 uptick in November. I've been a strong advocate for testing. I don't care if we have to test employees every 2 days in order to save lives and get employees home before it's spread through a department. The law says the mayor shall convene. The law says the mayor shall. Is somebody saying something? The law say, I ain't saying it, the law saying it. The mayor shall convene expediently in a reasonable amount of time. It's unreasonable from March to December. Haven't convened yet, but when he used the convene clause of the charter and the law to convene a state of the city, we watched that Hollywood production, which started out showing him and his family, talked about what he planned to do and what others hadn't done. It was just a little beef, you know, as far as the state of the city. Because I say ain't no way COVID-19 going to be discussed and he not going to talk about them 25 employees in the month of November alone. I say, so now here it is. So I'll go ahead and adjourn, but I put this on this one and I put it on the next agenda, because until this council quit being naive and turning their head and allowing a mayor to break the law as it relates to policy and curfews and testing at City Hall and thermometers and all of that. Until this council quit doing that, they always taught me in the civil rights movement that those who say nothing is just as wrong as the wrongdoer. And I done been to funerals for employees. I done had one talk to me with tears in their eye when they felt they had took it home to a parent maybe and the parent died. So what affects our employees affects our community and their homes. I demand and ask respectfully, beg and pray, counsel, if this guy don't show up to specifically talk about the governmental operations under the COVID-19 as the law dictates, will y'all not leave Jerry Winfrey Carter and myself out there demanding that the law be followed and we try to save lives? And you know the vaccine is right there. We might even need to discuss the vaccine. It's a reason. This man ain't did it according to law since March. I would move to adjourn.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, Santino here. I second that motion.
Been moved properly second. I don't think it's a discussion on adjourning. Janelle, roll call.
Ms. Galloway?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Guerra?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey?
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Janelle. This meeting is now adjourned. Y'all enjoy y'all night. Have a great night.
Bye.